executive. If we're going to have a first part of the agenda, just the housekeeping, and then there'll be a wee bit of an explanation about some changes to the running order of the agenda. If I can have any apologies first.
Thank you, Convener. We have apologies from, firstly, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Murtagh will be substituted by Councillor McCabe, but Councillor McCabe is in fact involved in an Education Appeals Committee this morning, so he won't be able to join the morning session of the meeting, but may join the afternoon session if the meeting lasts that long. We have apologies from Councillor Redmond, and we also have apologies from Fiona Craig, one of the teacher representatives.
Okay, thank you for that. We also have some new members joining us. We would just like to welcome Anne O'Donnell, who is one of our religious representatives. Anne is a past head teacher of St Patrick's Primary School. So very welcome to Anne, and look forward to your contributions. Well, we welcome one, but we're having to say goodbye to Gemma. Gemma has been a representative from the Champs for a number of years now. Unfortunately, she's grown up and is having to move on. They will, in due course, appoint a replacement, but just want to thank Gemma for all the work that she's done through the Champs and her contributions to the committee, and wish her well in whatever she goes on to do in the future. And I'm sure our paths will cross again. Finally, on a sadder note, just want to acknowledge that sadly, Donny Strathy, who was a Grangemouth man, attended the World Cup and has passed away. We just want to pass on our condolences to all his friends and family, and particularly locally. I think it would be appropriate if we were happy to do that. Okay. Really care.
Friday night, 76-minute. Get a clap,
yeah,
and have a cheer for Donny.
Absolutely.
Thanks very much,
yeah.
Chair.
Okay, if I can ask if there's any declarations of interest on any item on the agenda today. No. Okay, we have the minute of the meeting held. Apologies, Councillor Bundy.
Thanks, Convener. It was just to put on record that in my teenage years I played for Denny and Dunny-Pace Pipe Band, but I have not been involved with the pipe band for a while, so I don't think it is a conflict of interest, but I'm just putting that on the record.
Okay, is in relation to which item is that, Councillor Bundy?
Number 14.
Broome Park Community Centre community assets transfer. Okay, thank you for that transparency statement. Okay, if there are no other declarations of interest, we move on to the minute of the executive held on the 21st of May. Are here for approval. Be happy to agree.
Great.
Great. Okay, and the other items, item 4, which is the rolling action log, and I'll hand across to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. And as usual, the rolling action log records those decisions of the executive where a further report has been called for. There is information provided on the progress in relation to those reports. As far as I can see, the rolling action log is up to date. It's available for members' questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions related to the rolling action log? No. Okay, thank you for that. You will see that there was a supplementary agenda circulated, and we've got requests for 4 deputations, 2 on item 16, 1 on item 8, and 1 on item 17. As usual, I'm just looking for agreement from committee that we hear the deputations.
Agreed.
Okay. In anticipation of agreement, I'll ask Colin to maybe just detail. We wanted to take into account the deputations and not have them sitting all day. So we've looked to change the order of business ever so slightly, and there's also an update on one particular item, but I'm going to hand over to Mr Moody just to detail that, and we'll be able to circulate an updated running order.
Thank you, Convener. And as you say, you've agreed to alter the order of business to an extent just to reflect the fact that there are a number of deputations. But the first two items, item 5 and 6, will remain as they are. So we will hear the education business first. And thereafter, we will move into the community asset transfer applications to reflect the fact that there are two deputations in relation to item 16 in relation to Thornhill Community Centre. So item 16 will be heard after the education business, followed by item 14, Broome Park Community Centre. The update on an item is that the Russell Park Pavilion application has been withdrawn, so that no longer requires to be considered by the executive. Thereafter, we'll move into the original order of the agenda, so just revert back to item 7 on private CCTV, and then items 8, 9 and 10 as they follow, and so forth. The only variation on that is in relation to the motion, item 17, where there is also a deputation, and the deputation representatives have been advised that that will be taken immediately after a break for lunch. So we anticipate that would be around 1:30.
Okay, colleagues, that is the variation in the business. You wanted to come in?
I'm also the chair of Grangemouth Community Council, so I think I would declare interest in the item 8 one that you've got here, but I won't be here for that, so just to let you know.
It's probably worth saying you don't need to declare an interest or transparency statement because you won't be a member of the executive for that particular item.
Okay. I hope that was reasonably clear, and apologies, but it was about trying to accommodate the deputations and not have them sitting all day waiting to the end of the agenda. We can therefore move on into the business of the day, and the first item is the ASL review update. And as there's no amendments to this item, I'll open it up to questions to officers first. Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Convener. It's a really encouraging report. I think a lot of strengths come out in it, but obviously there are a lot of challenges. So I was just hoping that I could tease out, and I know it's not education within education's gift, but I think a lot of what's included in the report relates to CAMHS assessments. Because of the nature of this, I think a lot of what education are doing is entwined with what CAMHS is doing. Is there anybody on the call that's able to comment on the realistic waiting times that families are facing at the moment and how we're planning to tackle that?
I'm not sure. That would normally be something for the Integrated Joint Board to respond to. Therefore, I'm not sure if there is anybody because there's no item on the agenda today. Oh, we've got Sarah Lacey. Sarah, are you able to give any indication there?
Thank you, Convener. I don't have the information that Councillor Patterson is looking for, but I could certainly seek that information and provide it to Councillor Patterson after the meeting.
Yeah, appreciate that, Sarah. Obviously, I know that it is not the subject of the report, but I think it is intrinsically entwined with what we're talking about here, so that would be helpful. Thank you. And the other just point I wanted to tease out was... Oh no, sorry, I'll leave that. I'll take that offline. Thank you.
What I can say, and I don't know whether John Reid would want to come in, that there is very close working with NHS Forth Valley around improving access to services. I don't know if you're in a position to say too much about that, John, but just maybe the work that's been done collaboratively. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Deborah.
We do have some groups where education staff are involved with across Forth Valley. One has a particular focus on neurodiversity, and Nick, our principal educational psychologist, is involved in one of the work streams. So we certainly, as a partnership, we work closely to take forward the priorities in our integrated children's services plan, which are entwined in some ways as well. But certainly when there is joint working across Forth Valley with our allied health professionals or other health professionals, we ensure there's good representation, and we take back any of the learning from those.
Okay, thank you. John?
I was just going to add to that we, very close working relationship with colleagues in health, and particularly in making an impact on areas such as speech and language therapy, which we're looking to replicate in other areas as well, such as neurodiversity.
Thank you for that. Okay, I've got Councillor Hannah, then Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Convener. Just on that point that's been discussed, I'm also on the IJB and I'm pursuing some information on that. But I think the question for our education colleagues is how is the waiting time, which I'm aware is an issue, impacting on decisions about young people's additional support for learning, or is it impacting on those decisions?
Is this on?
Yeah, that's you.
It was just to say that in our staged intervention framework and how we approach the meeting of children's needs, we don't rely on a CAMHS diagnosis. We don't rely on any diagnosis. We just look at presenting needs, and if they present in the ways that we would understand might be difficulties that we would then ask CAMHS to investigate formally, we would still then use those strategies to meet the needs of those children, and all our schools would do that in conjunction with support from speech and language, team around the child people, occupational therapy, and our educational psychology team. So we always say that we don't rely on a diagnosis, and that's the position that we've always taken.
Thank you for that. I've just got a couple of other questions, if I may. Appendix 1 on page 30 says that a refreshed additional support needs strategy will be created, but there's a timeline of December 26th and a review in June 2027. Sorry. Can I just have clarity about when that review, the refreshed strategy, will be coming back to the executive? Or will it?
Yeah, so obviously we want to co-produce that with all of our stakeholders now that we've got all the information. We think it's really important to work on that together, and the evidence that we've gathered through the consultation demonstrated from other authorities that where that approach had been taken, there was a lot more sustainability and commitment to everything in the plan. So that's the way that we're going to do it. So we expect to have that work done with our families and our stakeholders before December.
So will it be coming back to the executive or not? I think is the question.
Thank you. There's no intention at this point to take the actual strategy back to the executive at this point, but obviously we will be updating members on all the actions and the impact of the actions, and if any decision is required moving forward with anything that comes out in the refresh strategy.
Thank you. And just one final question. Paragraph 6.3 on page 26 notes the additional Scottish Government funding for additional support needs. I wonder if you could comment on how adequate this additional funding is going to be, given that we're talking about 43% of our young people having additional support needs.
I think, thank you, Councillor Hannah. Any additional funding in this area is always very welcome. Last year it was £843,000. This year it's £843,000, and the way that we are using that money is detailed on page 26 and 27. We think it's having quite a significant impact on the support that we are able to provide for young people and for our schools where the young people are. And I can ask Kerry to say some additional points about how that money is being used, just to elaborate what's there in the paper.
Thank you. So most of the money has been spent on developing our workforce in a variety of different ways. A large enable training team to support staff skills in de-escalation and positive approaches to behaviour and relationships. That was the biggest area of need. It's been used to fund additional ASN adaptations and equipment for schools. We support the Autistic and Awesome peer support programme with central advocacy partners. We've given quite a lot of additional SFLA resources. Those are very well used by our schools. And we have given schools the ability to bid for an innovation fund, which was £120,000 that we gave out direct to schools who applied for resources to develop their approaches at stage 3. Thank you. And most of the money was spent on the creation of an enhanced support team, and Kirsty is going to speak about that.
Thank you. In terms of the creation of the team, we wanted to ensure that we were responding to what our practitioners and staff on the ground felt would be most beneficial for their development and their learning going forward. So we have a number of primary pedagogues, a secondary pedagogue, a relationship and behaviour coordinator, and our educational psychologist who focuses specifically on neurodiversity and supporting our neurodiverse learners. So through a model of in situ on the ground training, these staff members are now linked to all of our schools. So every single school across the authority has a direct link to the pedagogue who will take training in a number of key areas identified in terms of furthering the development of the workforce and the staff on the ground. So in terms of the areas of development, they themselves would like more and further training on our neurodiverse neuroaffirming practice, the total communication environments for classrooms, so classrooms being the epicentre of all learning, really raising that universal offer at classroom practitioner level, and support with MABO and positive relationship and behaviour strategies and de-escalation strategies for all of our staff members, and not just those within our stage 3 or stage 4 provisions, so that to ensure that all of our staff feel equipped and confident to be able to work with young people with a wide range of needs on a daily basis, as we know that our mainstream children want to be able to access all of the mainstream offers as much as they absolutely can. And since April to June, around 86 to 87% of the work the team has been involved in has been directly school-based. They have been involved in other activities around the creation of CLPL and delivery of models, but it has been school-based on the ground with our practitioners. And I think that that's really powerful to see that already they are with the people who are there to make the difference with the young people every single day.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Convener. So a couple of the questions that I had have been answered in the answers that have just been given. But I suppose rather than talk about the adequacy of funding, let's talk about the impact that it will have. So I wonder, the enhanced support team that was just discussed and the range of training and things that have been implemented thus far. I wonder if we could talk about what the expected impact of that will be and how that success will be measured on those outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. I think it's important just to crystallise that point of the additional funding that it has allowed us to increase the capacity for things that we wouldn't have had the capacity to do previously. But the service always responds to the needs of the young people that are coming through the system, and that's why, as has been previously discussed here and is known, we always add additional allocations to schools to deal with an increase in number of stage 3 learners, for instance, in our primary schools. We are in a position this year where after the summer we are adding some additional resource to each primary school to assist with stage 1 transition. But the ultimate aim of the review, and what has come through quite clearly and what the strategy will demonstrate, is that we want to increase the capacity of all of our schools to deliver the appropriate support for the young people, so they get the right support in the right place at the right time. And a particular emphasis on the enhanced support team will enable that to happen and to strengthen the already good practice across our schools and to strengthen it even further. I met with the enhanced support team a couple of weeks ago just to get an overview of their progress and their work to date. And I felt really assured on the work that they're carrying out with schools directly and across the service, and actually came away quite inspired about some of the projects they're undertaking. So we would anticipate that has a significant impact, and we'd be happy to report back in some form to members as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. If I could ask the Director of Education if we could look at page 25, Council Plan Priorities. If you could give us a quick précis on supporting stronger and healthier communities. I think that is the raison d'etre of our council, and that's why we're here. But promoting opportunities in educational attainment and reducing inequalities, surely that has been the backbone of our education system for as long as I would like to remember. But you mentioned educational excellence and reducing poverty. Now I represent Grangemouth, that's just suffered over the last year massive unemployment. How do you hope to address that? And if I can move on to support a thriving economy and green transition. Well, we're all waiting for that. We're all waiting for the new jobs. We're all waiting for something happening. How do you address that in the interim?
Can I just say that your questions don't actually relate to the report, the subject to the report. So perhaps some of those questions could be asked out with committee, and I'm sure that we officers would be happy to give a response in relation to all of those items that you've raised. But if you've got any other questions in relation directly related to the ASL review.
Turn your attention to page 25 and mentioned in the report.
These are all mentioned in every report, Councillor Spears. If you actually look at the end, it shows that there's a common link to the council priorities, but this is about the ASL review and how it links.
See, I like to think that we mean what we say, and if it's in the report, then we mean it.
But Councillor Spears, if you actually look at the papers, it's at the end of every report. All of these items relate to the council priorities, and they are therefore linked to the council priorities, but the questions that you've asked aren't directly related to the ASL review update. If you've got questions related to that, happy to take them just now. If not, then I'm sure officers would be happy to answer the other questions that you've raised out with the committee.
To make a decision on that.
Okay, Bailey Kerr.
Just a quick question. Did we spend all the money?
Did you spend all the money?
Yes, is the short answer to that. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, can I go to Councillor Sinclair to move the report?
Thank you, Convener. This is, as has already been said this morning so far, this is a welcome report. I welcome it, and I also welcome the extensive engagement that underpins the report and the recommendations. It provides clear evidence-based picture of additional support for learning across the Falkirk area, and importantly, it reflects the voices of staff, pupils and families. The report highlights a highly committed workforce right across our schools. Staff are going above and beyond to support children and young people, often in very challenging circumstances. There are strong relationships, examples of good practice, and a clear commitment to inclusion throughout the system. That is something that we should recognise and value. However, the report is equally clear that the system is under significant and growing pressure. We are seeing a sustained rise in both the number of pupils identified with additional support needs and the complexity of those needs. With around 43% of pupils now requiring some form of additional support, this is no longer a specialist issue, but it is central to the day-to-day reality of our schools and educational establishments. The consequence is a system that is increasingly under challenge. Staff tell us about workload pressures, gaps in training and lack of capacity, and time spent with process administration. But we should also remember that focus needs to be directed on support for children. A key issue running through this is the strong practice that's on display, but that needs to be experienced on a more wider basis. Feedback from parents and carers is particularly important, and while many speak very positively about the staff, in some cases support can be seen as reactive rather than early and preventative, but that the system is under significant challenge, and while it is working effectively for the main part, there is clearly room to improve. We also need to invest in our workforce, and as we've heard already from officers this morning, there is plans to invest in that, and the Scottish Government funding that's come from Holyrood has been welcome in enhancing that. Support for learning assistants play a critical role, and it's great to hear that they're going to have access to more training and time to support their work in our establishments. The recommendation to develop a refreshed ASL strategy is the right one. Strategy must focus on a number of key priorities: improving consistency across schools, strengthening early intervention, investing in workforce development, and ensuring clearer communication with families. It must also be grounded in the reality of increasing demand and the need for sustainable delivery. In closing, this report gives us a clear direction of travel. We have strong foundations, but we need to move to a more consistent, sustainable and equitable system. The task for us is to provide that leadership and ensure that the necessary changes are taken forward. If we get this right, we will improve outcomes, not just for those with additional support needs, but for all learners right across the Falkirk Council area. And with that, I'm content to move the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Colley.
Just thank you thank you, and I'll formally second the report.
Okay, thank you. Agnes, I've noticed that your light's on. We're beyond questions, but I apologise if I didn't see it in time. But if you have a question, I'll take it as an exception.
Not a question, it's just a comment. I recently was invigilating at one of the schools in Falkirk, and the facilities for those who had special needs to allow them to sit exams was just amazing to me. I thought it was brilliant. So I would congratulate what already exists and hope it gets better.
Okay, thank you for that very positive comment. I'm sure the staff will take that back and share that experience. Okay, the item's been moved and seconded. We don't have any amendment, but I will just go briefly to group leaders for comment. Councillor Hannah.
I would just echo what was just said. I think there's a lot of good work going on, and I look forward to seeing the refreshed strategy and how it's going to improve on the already positive work that's being done.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr.
Like previous speakers, the report is a very positive one. Linking on from the which I think was a very positive thing regarding listening to parents, teachers, carers previously, and this is just echoing what they had concerns about and putting a picture out there. Falkirk Council was listening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councillor Spears.
Improvement is the name of the game, and that's why we're here. I look forward to the return report with a level of improvement, because action is always louder than words. Thank you.
Okay, Gemma, you wanted to come in?
Sorry, I know I'm not a leader. I'm sorry. I just wanted to quickly comment as well that having gone over this with Falkirk Champs, we're pretty happy. Well, we're appreciative of what exists currently, and it's always good that it's getting built on. But also, thank you for recognising care experience people in 5.8 on page 24. Provide role-specific training for all support assistants with particular focus on trauma-informed practice, autism, behaviour, literacy and care experienced learners. It's amazing to see us there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We did make a commitment to make care experience a protected characteristic, and therefore it has to be reflected in our reports coming forward. So thank you for recognising that. Okay, are we in agreement? Yep. Okay, thank you. Move on now to item 6, which is the parental engagement strategy refresh. And again, there is no amendment, therefore be no debate, but I will open it up for questions to officers at this time. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. I've got a number of questions here, if you'll provide me with some indulgence. I get we have a very challenged agenda today, so I'll keep them as brief as I possibly can. Obviously we're updating the strategy. We have a current strategy in place, but I wonder if officers could perhaps give us some of the differences between the refresh strategy and the current strategy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I think that's you on now.
Thanks, Councillor. So one of the biggest changes that we've got in the refresh strategy in comparison to the current strategy that we have is the commitment for the service to develop a parental engagement action plan. Now, the idea behind that is that we would be transparent on actions that will be undertaken over the course of the 3 years of the strategy. The action plan would be clear on who is accountable for each individual action, and it would be carried out and developed collaboratively over the course of the 3 years. There'll be identified measurable outcomes within that action plan, and it will be subject to continuous monitoring and tracking and communication with parents and carers. And part of the rationale behind the new action plan as well, that the new strategy commits us to, is that it would be flexible and adaptable over the course of the 3 years, so that it is responsive to the needs of parents when we're engaging with them in any sort of national, internal or external developments that might impact on us engaging with parents. There's other changes as well. There's a specific focus on learning at home and family learning, which are two of the key strands within the Parental Involvement Act. And what we would be looking at there is from Education Services perspective, is reviewing the support that we give to schools so that they can carry that out effectively within their establishments. The new strategy also commits us to developing a new volunteering policy, which would be developed again collaboratively with parents, so that we can actively involve them in school life. And again, part of the work involved in that will be to try and reduce barriers to parental involvement in school life, and there is a commitment within the new strategy that as part of that work we'll continue to fund 5 PVGs per year per school, to try and address some of the sort of financial barriers that perhaps impede parents to engaging with being actively involved within school life.
Excellent, thank you, Paul. I suppose, kind of almost following on from the last report, really, how does the new strategy ensure that ASN parents' voices are heard and reflected in the development of the ASN service?
So within the committee paper, specifically within the EPIA, in section 5, there's a specific section that states that within the new action plan there will be a specific section relating to ASN and our engagement with ASN parents. So part of the work that we will have moving forward into the new school session in August is cross-referencing our work around the parental engagement strategy and action plan with other service plans and priorities, such as the ones that the previous paper that was here. And again, part of that work is the commitment to re-establishing the ASN Parent Forum as a avenue and a channel by which ASN parents can actively become involved in the development of service policies and strategies.
Thank you very much. So obviously there's a lot of work being done in terms of parental engagement. How does this new strategy build upon that work? And the established parent groups that are in the area, what support, like for example parent councils, what support can they expect from this? And what work will be undertaken to strengthen engagement with them and with these groups of parents?
Well, obviously under the 2006 Act, we've got a statutory obligation to engage with parent councils, and the work that's been undertaken there is all very well established already. Again, referring back to the action plan, there will be a specific section on that for parent councils and the support that we give to parent councils. To give a bit of a sort of idea on some recent work that we've done with parent councils, we have following engagement with them last year, we created a new parent council chairs group, which is now a fully constituted group. It has a terms of reference in place. We take strategic work that the education services doing to engage with them on that, and this year so far we have had 4 quite successful meetings with parent council chairs where work relating to the primary, secondary, ASN sectors as well as planning and resources has been taken to them, as well as an additional engagement session specifically relating to the parental engagement strategy update. So part of the plans that we would have within that network is to get parent councils to be more actively involved in agenda setting and the running and operations of meetings, so that it is sort of co-produced and co-created. And an immediate action that we're going to be taking over the next few weeks of the summer holidays is to establish a sort of team space for parent council chairs, because what hasn't existed previously has been that space for them to be able to network with one another and share good practice. So that's a more immediate action that we're taking moving forward.
Excellent, I like the sound of that. So obviously as elected members, and I'm not that I want to anticipate any other questions on this kind of thing coming forward, but as elected members, we like to know how things are going. How will the strategy be monitored and fed back to both elected members and parents?
So in terms of how it will be fed back to parents, as part of the move moving forward into next year, a tracker will be set up alongside the action plan so that we're capturing each individual action. The action plan itself will have, each individual action will relate directly back to the 2 sections within the new strategy, which relates to what do we want to achieve in the strategy and how will we do this, so that there's a clear link that bridges the action plan to the new strategy. That will be publicly available for parents, and what we'll be looking to do is have frequent communication as and when there are updates to each individual action with parent councils and also with targeted groups of parents that are involved within each individual action that's there. In terms of elected members, within the committee paper there is a commitment to taking a paper to the scrutiny committee at the midway point of the strategy, so that will be around December 2027, January 2028. And again, that would look to provide an update on the progress on each individual actions and how that relates back to this new strategy.
Excellent. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I just want to say that I really appreciate the importance of looking at the parental engagement strategy in such detail, and well done. My father always used to say, my children's education is far too important just to be left to teachers. And he took a very active interest. And there are a great many parents who do take a very active interest. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about how we're going to engage with the parents who are perhaps too busy, who have other commitments, have caring commitments, have work shifts, etc. The people who are interested but have difficulty in engaging. Could you say a little more about how we're going to particularly encourage and enable them to get engaged?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Thank you to Paul. Paul leads on our parental engagement strategy from the centre. Sorry, I should have introduced him before he started, Paul Wilcox. Just in terms of this as a strategy generally, there's two big strands to this as a strategy. The first one is around supporting schools to develop their own parent councils within their schools and their parental engagement within their schools and the strategic support that comes with that. And the second part is around how we engage and consult with parents around the service priorities and the service planning. So I guess probably where you're referring to is more around the role in the first part with how schools might look at making sure that parents are all involved within their engagement processes. Now, there is support from a number of areas that Paul's been working with around ensuring that we look at a variety of different ways to engage with parents. Obviously, with the introduction of or a greater use of Teams and online processes, that can become slightly easier because it means then that parents don't need to look at childcare, etc. If there's a meeting. There's obviously opportunities in digital and engagement processes online in terms of consultation exercises, etc. So it's obviously very nuanced because everybody's individual circumstances are different. But the strategy will look at as many different types of engagement processes as possible to try and hit as many different needs as possible, to include as many different parents as possible. So I guess we are looking at that at the central level, but also on a school by school basis where schools know their parents really well. We are supporting schools to look at that as well, to look at every single individual. And it is obviously with we are looking at engaging absolutely everybody. The parents who want to be involved are obviously the easiest to reach because they will make themselves known. But more and more often we are looking at complete consultation and how do we get to absolutely every single parent.
Thank you. I should perhaps have added that my father was not in any way being critical of teachers. He was a teacher himself. Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Okay. Bailey Kerr, you wanted to come in? Or have you changed your mind?
No, that was the question at the end there was answered because it was leading on for Councillor Hannah. There is parents who, through different things, can't attend or can't engage, but there's parents out there or carers who just didn't engage, and the answer was at the end of the question. Thank you.
Okay, that's fair enough. I see no other questions. I will therefore go to Councillor Sinclair to move the report.
Thank you, Convener. Before I move into doing that, I want to echo some of the things you said at the beginning of the meeting about Gemma. Now, this is about parental engagement, but I've always found Gemma's engagement both in committee and out with committee across all services in the council, and whenever I've bumped into her out with the council kind of buildings, I've always found her contribution to be both hugely valuable, but I've also really appreciated her wisdom and her perspective. So I want to pay tribute to Gemma for that, but also for being unapologetically herself and standing up for what she believes in and putting that agenda forward without hesitation. So I have absolutely no doubt that whatever you go on to do, you will absolutely be successful. So thank you enormously for that. I've also really enjoyed our conversations, Gemma, as well. So thank you for that. So best wishes to you. So again, this is another welcome report, which gives us insight into a vital part of our whole education strategy. At its core, this strategy is about recognising a simple but powerful truth. Parents and families are key partners in delivering better outcomes for our children and young people. Their influence extends far beyond the school gate, shaping attitudes to learning, supporting well-being and reinforcing their aspiration. This refresh is both a statutory requirement under the 2006 Act, but it's a natural next step in our ongoing improvement journey. It builds on the previous strategy, but importantly reflects what parents, staff and stakeholders have told us over the past year. And I just want to take a second to highlight the differences, and although Paul eloquently put some of the parts earlier on, I just wanted to build on that. First, we're moving from a one-off consultations to continuous engagement, and that means not simply asking for views, but building sustained relationships and ensuring parents are involved in shaping services over time. Second, we have a clear commitment to delivery and accountability. A detailed action plan will sit alongside the strategy, setting out what will be done, by whom, and how success will be measured. Progress will be monitored and reported, including to scrutiny, as we've heard at the midpoint of the strategy. Thirdly, there is a much stronger focus on learning at home and family learning. The evidence is clear. Parental engagement in learning has significant impact on attainment and well-being. Our role is to support parents to feel confident and equipped to do that. We also place greater emphasis on inclusion and equity. We know that engagement is not equal for all families. Barriers such as poverty, time pressures, language, additional support needs, and previous negative experiences can all limit participation alongside work and other commitments. This strategy responds directly to those challenges with a more flexible, inclusive and targeted approach. The feedback we received was candid and helpful. Parents told us they wanted clearer communication, consistent points of contact and practical guidance on supporting learning. Staff highlighted the need for more consistent approaches and better support to engage families effectively. Parent councils asked for greater clarity in their role and stronger support from the council. It is my belief this strategy responds to all of that. It includes practical steps such as developing new volunteering policies, strengthening parent council networks, and creating a clearer communication and engagement framework. Just as importantly, it sets the direction for moving forwards towards co-production, where parents help design and evaluate the services we provide. In terms of impact, the work directly supports our priority of raising attainment and reducing inequalities, delivered within existing resources. Approving this today gives us an up-to-date framework that builds on our responsibilities and responds to the expectations of our communities. This is a strong, evidence-based and forward-looking strategy. It reflects what our communities have asked for, and it gives us a clear route to strengthen the partnership between families and our education service. And I am more than happy to move the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Colley?
Just happy to formally second.
Thank you for that. As I said, there's no amendment to this, but I will turn to group leaders for a brief comment. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to echo Councillor Sinclair's comments about Gemma. I want to say a big thank you. Her contribution to the decision making on this committee has been excellent, and I look forward to welcoming her replacement, because that voice from the champs will be continuing. So thank you very much. In relation to the report, I have nothing further to add except to say thank you for this really important piece of work.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr?
Thanks, Convener. When I was at school, which was a long time ago, one shoe fit everybody. And we've came a long way from that. And understanding the needs of the child and the family has took us in another direction. And I think the report highlights exactly that every child and family has separate needs and different for everybody else. So hopefully delivering the strategy and working closely with the families can bring better results. So thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, anything to add?
No, nothing really to add. I was absent during the debate, but any step forwards and improvement we're still far way off for some European countries, especially Scandinavian countries. But any steps down the right path is welcome.
Okay, thank you. Are we happy to agree? Okay, thank you, everybody. We will have a short recess just to allow the teams to swap over. So, and if people want to give 10 minutes just to grab a coffee, and we'll come back. Thank you. Okay, everybody, if we can come back into session. We're going to move on now to the community asset transfer items. And as this is a quasi-judicial process, just to remind people of that, and therefore the process is going to be slightly different, particularly as we've got a couple of deputations. So I'm just going to ask Colin to go through the process so people have an understanding of what's happening.
Thank you, Convener. And as you correctly observed, this is a quasi-judicial matter, and because of that, the procedure is modified for the purposes of our normal executive discussions. I think you'll recall that previously when we've had community asset transfers, we begin with an officer overview of the report, and that position will remain the same. But the difference here is we also have 2 deputation requests, which raises the question of when should they be heard? And the answer will be is we'll hear the officer overview first and then hear each deputation in turn in the order in which the application to be heard was submitted, which means the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group will be first, followed by the other application for the deputation. There will then also be an opportunity for Mr. Kettrick to come back to pick up any issues which have arisen during the course of the deputations and questions from officers, questions from members to the deputations. And there may also be some questions from members to Mr. Kettrick which have arisen during the course of the deputation presentations as well. So that's the order in broad outline.
Okay, thank you for that, Colin. So I'll just call on Mr. Kettrick first to give an overview of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. As members will be aware, asset transfer reports such as the one being considered, as outlined by the Chief Governance Officer, are quasi-judicial and should be considered upon the merits of the proposals and recognising compliance with the necessary statutory requirements. The only difference in the report that is being presented today is that instead of 1 application, we now have 2 community asset transfer applications and business plans that have been considered. These are from the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group and Falkirk Thornhill Community Hall. In the circumstances where there are 2 competing interests or multiple competing interests, groups are encouraged under the guidance to work together. However, in the absence of this being possible, the Council is obliged under the statutory instruments to consider both applications on their merits, and officers are therefore required to make a recommendation on the application that they consider to provide the best community benefits. In a similar fashion to the normal evaluation of individual CAT applications, officers have evaluated proposals of both groups based on the established criteria that are outlined in the report. The only difference being in the current circumstances is that as there are 2 applications and their business cases, both have been compared and contrasted to identify a recommended application. It should be noted that both applications are of a very high quality, meet all the requirements for validation and have good business plans. In terms of the officer recommendations highlighted within the report, the Executive is asked to note the 2 interests as I've just outlined, note the evaluation process and the outcome of the assessment, and agree that full ownership of the community asset transfer of Thornhill Community Centre should go to the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group at the proposed purchase price of £1 for full ownership of the land requested, reflecting the benefits that will derive from the project. The report further makes recommendations to agree that the Director of Police Services is authorised to prepare and issue a decision notice to progress the transfer of the property to the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group, subject to the conclusion of any review or appeal process that may be forthcoming. Agrees that the Director of Police Services is authorised to prepare and issue a decision notice rejecting the asset transfer application from Falkirk Thornhill Community Hall, and agrees further that the Director of Police Services is authorised to prepare and include the necessary conditions within the decision notice for the option of the Council to reacquire the property in line with the circumstances outlined in section 7.19, which is the Council's standard approach for asset transfers. The report also seeks recommendations to agree that the transfer will be subject to any existing boundaries or restrictions in the Council's title. Again, that is normal. and agrees that a grant of a sum of up to £101,738 is from the Council's Enablement Fund to support capital improvements to the facility, subject to the further assessment outlined in paragraph 5.47 of the report. Members should be aware that the assessments undertaken confirm that the proposals are in line with the Council's statutory obligations in terms of the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015 and the Asset Transfer Procedure Scotland Regulations 2016, as well as the Disposal of Land by Local Authorities Scotland Regulations 2010. And the final recommendation of the report is to instruct and authorise the Director of Police Services to agree and conclude all necessary legal arrangements that should be required to progress the disposal in accordance with Part 5 of the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Kentrick. I think what we'll hear from the deputations and questions can be kept until after that. So if we can ask the Rainbow Women Muslims group to come forward, please. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for making the request to come along and speak to committee. It's always good to hear from our communities, and hopefully that you'll have a positive experience of the executive. You have up to 10 minutes, and then there'll be an opportunity for questions from members. So I don't know who wants to start.
I'll just start.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Samina Ali, and I'm the chair of the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group. Thank you so much for the opportunity to say a few words about our CAT application. Firstly, we would like to say thank you to the council officers who have worked very hard over the past months, and we appreciate all of their hard work. We are extremely grateful being recommended for application. It is a very proud moment for our organization to have this recognition. I would also like to thank all our volunteers who organized and support the activities we deliver for the community. Rainbow Muslim Women's Group has worked in the Falkirk community for over 25 years, and over the years we have worked with organizations all over the Forth Valley area, including CVS, CISRIC, TCV, FEL Scotland, Braveheart, NHS Forth Valley, Falkirk Mental Health Association, Cora Foundation, Falkirk Council, and many more. The CAT application gives us the opportunity to help the community further and provide a lot more opportunities for everyone in the Falkirk area. Finally, I would like to say that we really value this opportunity and recommendation, and we will work very hard to deliver on the vision we have set out for Thornhill Community Hall to benefit our whole Falkirk community. Thank you very much.
Hi there. My name is Steffi, and I'm from an organisation locally called FEL Scotland. We're an environmental charity, and I was invited to talk about my experience working with the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group over the past 6 years in my personal experience. So yeah, I was really excited when you'd let me know about the idea to take over the community hall, and I think what I can contest to is over the years a lot of dedication towards environmental topics and getting communities really involved in looking at some of the impacts of climate change. That's through getting people cycling, taking on community grants that have provided access to freshly grown food. And also, I think importantly, some things that will really lend themselves to ownership of a community asset transfer, things like energy, and a lot of climate resilience gathering that will be needed for the community in a space like this. So what I would say is they have always delivered over and above what they have said with our grant applications as well. So very trusted partner in the community, very welcoming. I also have seen from a small amount of support from us that I would consider how the relationships have grown in the communities, their connection with the local food bank farm in Kinneil Walled Garden, that has flourished and just been taken on by themselves. They also use the space up at Jupiter Wildlife Centre. So I think from that experience, I have no doubt that they're just going to continue to have that ongoing connection with the further community, and that the work will just be really enhanced by having a centre to use for that as well.
Hi, my name is Asma Hussain. I am project lead for Rise Smooth Valley. We also work very closely with the Rainbow Women's Group. We also do believe that the whole is a community lifeline. We fully agree that it's a resource for the whole community. Many groups rely on the social connection and the well-being, education support and reconnection. We recognize that, and we want to work forward. We want to work with everybody and make it a welcoming space for all community members. We want to make sure that groups are continuing and we're working together. We're being diverse and we're working towards different things like climate change. We think that this is really, really important for everybody to work together in partnership to save the planet and to look forward to a better future for everybody that lives in the community. We are more than happy to provide provision for men, disabled people, LGBT communities. There's maybe at the beginning there was a few stumbling, maybe miscommunications, but we look forward to working together and making sure that we can work together and to connect the community going forwards. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for this opportunity today to speak in support of the Rainbow Women's Group and their application for the Thornhill Community Centre. My name is Munira Ferrara. I'm from the Braveheart Association Falkirk. My views that I'm sharing today based on my experience working in the community for the last at least 12 years, and from the positive impact I've seen the Rainbow Group making in the local community. Braveheart, I've enjoyed a positive partnership working with the Rainbow Group for several years, and it was amazing to work with such a group that they got like a clear understanding of how partnership is working, and that lasting changes that they come from a collective effort. It was like really productive work. We ran lots of projects together, including health and well-being projects, such as self-management for people with long-term conditions. And as you know, there is a great rise specifically for ethnic minorities of type 2 diabetes. We worked for weight management groups and lots of other events and multicultural events as well. In a diverse community like ours, I think it's like having opportunities for people to come together, learn from each other, and have mutual support and understanding is very important. And the Rainbow Group, they actually created countless opportunities for such an opportunities for local people to come together and contribute and participate. For me, ownership is about stewardship, and we have to think as of having a leadership and vision to make an important community asset as a Thornhill Community Centre, not just to survive, but to thrive. And I think it's from my experience working closely with the Rainbow Group, they have the quality to ensure that the community Thornhill Community Centre will remain vibrant, inclusive, welcoming community resource for all. Thank you.
Thank you for that, ladies. Now there's an opportunity for members if they've got any questions for the Rainbow Women's Group or any of the people that are here today to support them. Bailey Kerr.
Thank you, Convener. Can I just clarify who is there to represent the Rainbow's Museum Women's Group? Who is actually the member? Just yourself?
Yes.
They're not here to support.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I was looking for more from the group themselves to come and talk on why you think that the asset should be to your group, and I appreciate that the support for who you've been working with over the years is valid to yourself. But that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Bailey Kerr. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Here we have two groups that want to run the same hall. Two community groups. What I'm trying to understand is why not work together? There surely isn't a big enough divide that is bigger than the community. And I'd really interested to know why you can't work together to run this very valuable hall. Thank you.
You wish to respond?
Yeah, that's we have tried. When we took the lease on the start, we think we're gonna take our own ownership. Like when we took the lease from the one day, I was thinking we're gonna make a really good relationship here, so we can whoever decision get whoever win the hall, we will work together. But the working with the other committee, they make it so hard for us. They are not welcoming at all. So now we are thinking we make a right decision to put our application for our own ownership.
Speak, I'll also ask them the same question.
Okay, if there are no other questions at this time, can I thank you very much? If you want to take your seats, and we'll ask Thornhill Community Hall to come forward. Ladies, welcome to the executive, and thank you for coming forward to meet your deputation. As I said, it's always good for the executive to hear directly from folks within the community. Similarly, you have up to 10 minutes, and then there'll be potentially some questions from members as well. But just whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So good morning. My name's Alice Harley, and I'm the chair at Falkirk Thornhill Community Hall.
Alice, could I ask you maybe to speak a wee bit closer to the microphone?
Is that better? I can bring that to me. Right. Better? Yeah. Okay. So I'm Alice, chair at Falkirk Thornhill Community Hall SCIO, and I'm joined with our secretary, Maria McDermott, today. We are speaking on behalf of the rest of our trustees, members, existing user groups, and the community who use and rely on Thornhill Community Centre. We thank the Council for the opportunity to speak today and their dedication throughout this process. I want to begin fairly. The Rainbow Muslim Group does valuable work on a wider basis, that's given, and we do recognise that. This is specifically about the work in Thornhill Community Centre. This is not one good application versus one poor application. The report assessed both as strong, separated only by a small amount of points, 6 points to be exact out of 80. But this is a permanent transfer of a whole community asset into the sole ownership of one organisation. The question is not simply which application scored slightly higher. The question is whether the reasoning behind that margin is sound enough and the protections for the existing community firm enough to justify a decision that may be very difficult to undo. Our position is that, as it stands, it is not. The recommendation, as I said, rests on that 6-point gap. Much of that gap sits in soft, qualitative criteria, with many decisive comments recorded by the panel rather than independently testable findings. FTCH is not asking members to disregard the scoring, of course not. We are asking members to recognise that a permanent transfer is being recommended on a narrow margin built substantially from officer and panel judgment, and then to test that judgment. Does it match the evidence? Was it applied to both applicants in the same way? On key points, we say it was not. One important point in our favour was on the performance management. That is a category that directly tests who can monitor evidence and report community benefit. We scored higher. The panel's own words were that FTCH had a broader scope for performance management, including both quantitative and qualitative measures. Where the test was measurable, it favoured us. However, our first concern is the repeated characterisation throughout of FTCH as commercial. That same characterisation appears across the objectives, regeneration and local community support. We do not accept that. We are a charity, a SCIO. Any income is reinvested into the charity and into community benefit. A modest level of commercial or corporate hire is not private commercialisation. It is what keeps costs low for community users, supports local small businesses and social enterprise, helps keep economic value local and keeps the building viable. That is, after all, community wealth building. It is about retaining value locally, supporting local suppliers, strengthening the third sector, building resilience and reinvesting for public benefit. It is also now, as you know, part of Scotland's statutory framework. The panel's own scoring undercuts the commercial point. On economy, the criterion that actually tests local economic development, interestingly, both applicants were scored equally. So the commercial concern did not appear where it would carry economic weight. It appeared in the softer criteria as a reason to mark us down. The report has taken the income mechanism out of its purpose. It treats FTCH's community wealth building model more as commerciality, while treating Rainbow Group's future intentions as community benefit. That is not an even application of the criteria. FTCH's consultation was specifically about this building, Thornhill Community Centre, its users, its lets, its future needs. Our proposal was built around that community already using the hall. Headway, Connect2, Caledonia Services, Heartbeeps, two faith congregations, fitness groups, wellbeing groups and social groups. These are not theoretical users. They are existing community of the centre. Before the Rainbow Group became involved in the licence arrangement, that existing hall community represented over 386 regular users. Falkirk Thornhill Community Hall consulted that existing community. Additionally, with 126 community responses and 98.4% supporting the hall remaining open and becoming community owned, 80 of those respondents use it weekly. 64% offer extra volunteering help. Now, we do accept the Rainbow Group have other engagement and representations granted, but the key point is this: it does not appear the Rainbow Group directly consulted any of the existing community users for that survey, the very people affected by this transfer. Yet the recommendation relies on an assurance that these same groups will be protected. There are 3 areas where the panel's comments do not appear to match the evidence. Firstly, inequality. The panel marked us down saying lower cost therapies do not reduce inequality or promote equality, but affordable access can reduce inequality. Low cost, local, preventative support can be the difference between someone accessing help early or deteriorating while waiting for statutory services. Secondly, public health. The panel discounted FTCH because some chargeable activity is said to be offered free on the NHS. But the report names no services, no waiting time, no local access, and no assessment of whether the provision is genuinely equivalent. We do not claim to, nor would we, replace NHS services. Our health provision is preventative and complementary. It supports people in that gap that long waits create. Third, equality of provision. Rainbow Group's existing and proposed work is heavily women-focused, granted. That work has obvious value, but the question today is whether that whole community asset should pass into the sole control of one organisation and whether all existing potential users are protected. Where the Rainbow Group have referred to men, it appears largely as an intention to support in the future. Intention is not a programme, it is not a timetable, it is not a consultation outcome, it is not an enforceable commitment. The same concerns apply to LGBTQ plus groups, transgender users and other protected characteristic groups who are not addressed as future users in the same way as the core women-focused provision. Disability also appears to be treated mainly as physical access to the building. FTCH's concern is broader. Disability, including brain injury, mental health, addiction recovery, neurodiversity, trauma, isolation, confidence, and support people need to take part safely. Our model is whole community by design. This brings us on to the central risk. The recommendation relies on an assurance that existing lets will be honoured. We welcome that, of course we do. But an assurance is not a binding condition. It is not a protected timetable. It is not a price guarantee. It is not a right of access. It is not a governance role. It is not an independent dispute process. It is not an enforceable right for the existing users. The preemption provision protects the Council's interest in the asset. It does not protect existing groups from being moved, priced out, restricted, or made to feel the building is no longer for them in the long term. This isn't theoretical. During the interim licence period we just heard there have been documented difficulties around access, around lock changing, locking us out of the building, invoicing disputes that remain outstanding, operational control and contact with groups. This point is simple. If difficulties have arisen while the Council still has oversight, members should be cautious about transferring sole ownership without enforceable safeguards. We are not asking members to disregard the Rainbow Group's work. We recognise it. We also heard a moment ago in their own deputation that they are happy to work together. Agreed, it is important for local people to come together with the right leadership and the right vision. That is crucial. We are asking members not to transfer a whole community asset into the sole control of one organisation today, not on subjective comments that do not match the evidence, not on a consultation that does not reach the existing users, and not on the assurances that are not enforceable. If the recommendation is approved as it stands, FTCH has a right of review and appeal. We would much prefer not to reach that point, because how to proceed is a matter for members, not for us. Both applications go strong.
Can I ask you to finish up, please?
Oh, sorry, just leave it. We have the interests of the community at heart. Just to say, throughout this, we've always been willing to work with the Rainbow Group right from the start. We remain willing on equal terms that protect every existing user. So we respectfully ask members to consider deferring this decision rather than approving a permanent transfer today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. There's now the opportunity for members to ask questions. Councillor Spears.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I asked the previous group the same question. Having run community halls as ex-officio chairman for sometimes over 32 years, it's a hard job. You've got to bring the community together, and the more people that use the hall, the safer your hall.
Yes, yes.
You've raised concerns that people won't use the hall.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's concerning.
Yeah.
Why? I've always found if a group wants to take over the hall, they just go at the AGM and vote them out, and you've got new people. My concern here is that you have two very active groups, right? Some for longer than others. Can you not in any way come together and run the hall? As most halls are run, all the users of the hall have people on the committee and they run the hall.
Yeah, that's exactly our point that we're making today. We have had various meetings with the Rainbow Group going back to spring last year. We've tried numerous ways to make things work. Granted, we're in this situation now in the temporary licensing period. That in itself has proven that being heavily weighted towards one group with assurances from another group doesn't work. But we have maintained all along we are fully open to working equally with the Rainbow Group for the betterment of the community going forward. That's always been our position.
We would definitely work 50-50 with them. Absolutely.
Asking similar questions to other officers.
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. In your deputation, you were making comments on the evaluation process and your judgment of that being subjective. What would your evaluation process have been, or is the problem a lack of transparency on the subjective, to use your words, nature of it?
A lot of the issue from our perspective is because throughout the process, albeit we had the opportunity to submit and update as we went along, which was fine, we did find that at times the goalposts were moved slightly in terms of timings, but also there wasn't a lot of feedback from the council in regards to questioning key or crucial things in there. Also, we had asked at the time for more specific detail around the criterion and the weighting as well on the scoring, which wasn't forthcoming.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions, so excuse me, if there's no more questions to the group, if you want to maybe take your seats and we'll get a response initially to any of the questions and comments from the officers first. But thanks very much, ladies. Before I open it up to questions from members, is there any comments that you'd want to make just now, Paul?
Thank you, Convener. Just a couple of points to make. As members will be aware, the assessment of asset transfers is both quantitative and qualitative by its very nature. The ambitions of the Community Empowerment Act cover a lot of qualitative benefits to communities that can change over time. So there there is no disregard that there is elements of qualitative assessment in all our asset transfers. What I would say is that the panel of officers collectively determined the scores, collectively provided the comments, so there was not one single individual aspect that was weighted greater than the other. They were consistently applied in accordance with the guidance, in accordance with the best practice for community asset transfers. The panel felt, whilst the margin was narrow, and there is no ignoring that the margin was narrow, two very good asset transfer applications, the panel's collective view, following individual assessment by them individually and then being brought together as a collective, was that the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group provided the best community benefits in the whole, covering all the elements that are identified within the report, which cover financial, volunteering hours, economy, regeneration, public health, social wellbeing, environment, and the number of others that are identified in section 4.16. In relation to the process and the procedure, it is very much a standard process and procedure as we've come to expect from our asset transfers. It's a robust and comprehensive procedure that has been recognised nationally as very effective in delivering asset transfers. We've delivered more than any other local authority in the past 2 years, and probably more than the majority of other authorities collectively in the past few years. We have the support of CVS, who provide that counsel and impartial advice to community groups if groups have questions in relation to how evaluation is undertaken, or indeed any questions in relation to the process, including the statutory process. Both CVS and council officers are there. So I would not recognise a situation as that was identified is that answers were not forthcoming. If answers are not forthcoming, then they should be escalated and raised, and we're certainly not aware of anything in this circumstance. Don't have anything to add further to that, Convener.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now open it up for questions from members to officers. Councillor Spears.
Hi, I think questions have been raised with the delegation, and the delegation comes here to speak directly to elected members. So it is concerning. Can I ask if this report has recommendations have been changed in any way? I was under the impression there was a different recommendation.
There is no change to the recommendations in this report, and haven't been.
We do get an amazing amount to read, so I've maybe mistaken on that. But I'm sure I've got notes in the house and I'll check back. Asset realisation, councils getting rid of assets. I don't think that's anything to be proud of, because being a community-minded councillor, I like to keep community centres in council hands. Then we can secure that they're used by the community. Can I ask how you have come to this decision then?
So as we highlighted in both the introduction and throughout the report, it is a unique circumstance by having two applications. Generally, we only deal with one. At section 4.10, we've highlighted the process that we're going through. Now, 9 of those steps are standardised for all CAT applications in terms of the application, the review, the feedback stage, taking on board that feedback, ensuring that there is validatable applications, undertaking the assessment, reviewing the business plan. Then there is the evaluation and determination by the assessment panel. In this circumstance, because there was 2 applications, a further review was undertaken to finalise the recommendations by the panel, and representations and responses were reviewed, and the assessment panel ensured that all relevant material considerations were properly assessed. So I think we've been quite transparent as to how the applications were evaluated, and all of that has been verified and checked by our external specialist solicitors. It's been a robust and comprehensive process.
Yet here we sit and listen that people in one group are not happy with the assessment and feel that their assessment wasn't fair.
Convener, we would reject the suggestion that the process was not fair, but in the circumstances where you do have two competing applications, it is only natural for the group that is not the recommended option to feel that there is a lack of fairness as potentially one way to undermine the decision making of this council.
Trying to remember the exact words, timings were off, etc. But I'm sure the delegation will be able to accurately describe.
As outlined in the report, we have highlighted all the dates and timescales that applications were received, they were verified, feedback was provided. It's all within the report. What we would say is both groups went through the exact same process for the exact same purposes as we do with all our CAT applications. It's something that we're very familiar with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. It's unfortunately that we're in this situation. I wonder if officers could say a little more about the working together issue. Both the deputations today have said that they are willing to work together. Could you say a little more about what has been done and what further could be done to try and ensure that there was one organisation and one application?
Convener, the guidance is quite clear. The council has followed the guidance and the attempts were made to bring groups to work together. That's not uncommon. We've seen this in other asset transfers where we have had multiple groups interested in a property and have then come together to work as a single unified group, or one group takes the lead with another one supporting. In this circumstances, similar efforts were made, including mediation by a colleague to secure the groups working together. However, in the circumstances that groups want to proceed with their own applications, which is their rights under the guidance and under the legislation, then the council is obliged to evaluate both of those applications in their own right. It would really be for the groups themselves to advise, as I think they have done this morning, as to any particular issues that they have in relation to working together. But certainly from the council's point of view, we have made those endeavours and unfortunately they didn't come to fruition.
Thank you. If I could just ask as well, could you say a little more? There have been suggestions made that there was a lack of fairness in the assessment process. Could you say a little more about how the officers were selected to I'm not asking who, but how certain officers were selected to undertake this criteria? And the second part of the question is, did the groups get an opportunity to comment on the nature of the criteria on which the assessment was being made?
So Convener, the criteria that is established is there. It's well established. It's set out in the guidance. It's also set out in our evaluation documents, and it's clearly supported by CVS and by colleagues. We take groups through all the areas of a business case, because in effect it is the business case that's being evaluated, and there is clear sections in those areas that cover all the key evaluation points, which also makes it easier for us to assess. In terms of the officers that dealt with it, this was a completely separate group of officers who would normally do the evaluation or do the pre-application and the pre-support for groups. We had colleagues from, and I've just listed them here, legal, corporate asset management and climate change, economic development, property, governance and equalities, together with community representatives. So there was a fairly diverse and experienced team that were put together to evaluate these two applications to ensure that the council was coming up, or officers were coming up to make the right decision in terms of a recommendation, knowing that it would be subject to significant scrutiny.
All officers involved in the assessment were asked to confirm no conflict of interest, and all officers involved in the assessment confirmed no conflict of interest. And as Paul's outlined, they were not involved in the day-to-day operations at Thornhill Community Centre.
Thank you. You've made reference to CVS. I wonder if you could say a bit more about what their role has been, because having been familiar with some community asset transfers, I'm familiar with the nature of their involvement in trying to get groups successfully working together.
Convener, that one of the key successes that the council has had in progressing the number of asset transfers is that it's not only council officers who support the asset transfer process. We have brought on board CVS, who are a really experienced voluntary organisation locally, or supporting voluntary organisations locally in many aspects, such as business planning, securing funding, and a whole range of support, particularly on networking and learning across multiple voluntary organisations. CVS are commissioned by the council. We make a contribution to them. They have dedicated officers that support community empowerment and asset transfers specifically. They're experienced in them. They support the preparation of the business plans and work with colleagues to ensure that when business plans come to the council, the applications in the business plans are robust, they're well thought out, they've been evaluated, and drawn upon their experience are more likely to be sustainable in the longer term. So CVS provide us a fantastic level of service. They provide the groups that independent role, which I think is quite key in the success, because it can always just be seen as council and groups. So having CVS there can provide that, both an intermediary, but also can provide that third party view and experience to help support community groups and the council, indeed in understanding the needs and desires of community groups. So I certainly would see their role as being critical and really important in all our asset transfers, and hope to see that continue in the future.
Thank you. Just one final question. There's been reference to documented problems during the interim licence period. I wonder if you could say a bit more about, first of all, how the interim licence was allocated, the process that went on there, and secondly, what involvement council officers may have had in any documented problems or in helping to resolve those, which I would assume was the approach being taken.
So thank you, Convener. As we know from all our strategic property review properties, one of the stages that we have introduced is the ability for community groups to take on an interim licence agreement on a month-to-month basis to keep properties open whilst they go through the statutory process for asset transfer. At Thornhill, it was slightly more complicated because we had two valid or potentially validatable asset transfer applications. The offer was made for both groups to work together and take on a licence. Unfortunately, that didn't come to fruition, as we've heard this morning. The Rainbow Muslim Women's Group offered to take on the licence. The Falkirk Thornhill Community Hall Group consented to the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group taking on the licence on the basis that there were protected lets and times, and that they would manage those lets and times. So very much it was seen as an opportunity for that partnership approach to mature, to hopefully develop. Unfortunately, the consequences are that did not happen in this occasion. For whatever reason, the groups would be able to go into specifics. In terms of the licence agreement, it makes it quite clear it is a landlord-tenant type relationship, but it's very much one that has a number of partnership elements included in there, such as the protected lets, such as the communication with lets, such as respecting and recognising each other's roles and remits within the property. In terms of the council's role, where there is disputes or where there is anything, we would always seek to have the parties to resolve them themselves, because that's the best approach for people to sit down and discuss items and to work through them. Where that isn't possible, as we mentioned, there was the mediation that took place on a number of matters that had been raised, and tensions and things like that. ultimately it requires no referral to the council formally of issues that have been raised that are of a material nature to the agreement. Where it is an operational matter, the council will generally not get involved. It is not our property to manage anymore. It is the Rainbow Muslim Women's Groups working in partnership with Falkirk Thornhill Community Hall. It's for them to resolve these operational difficulties. But where there is a material matter, which is something that could prejudice the availability of the building, the statutory compliance of the building, or in that respect, then they could be referred to the council for us to consider. And in that instance, initially we would always look to put a mediator in there to try and resolve those issues. But ultimately, the sanction that is left to the council, ultimately, and I do hesitate to say this, is we could renounce the leases and close the building. But that would be a very, very last resort in any circumstance.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. Paul, in the deputation made by the community group, there was the point raised about the judgment of commercialisation and how they felt that this pulled down their score in some aspects, but then in the economic benefits, there was no reflection of the commercialisation. Could you just give more details about why this was the case, and if the point about it being included in economic benefits is a fair point? Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. There is a clear distinction between economic benefits and the commercial aspect. In the view of the panel, and is highlighted within the report, the feeling was that the commercial uses that would be introduced could potentially impact on community activities and push those out or limit those in some way more than it would in the other application. In relation to the economic development, as I mentioned, we did have a manager from economic development on the scoring panel. And similarly, they identified that there was a number of economic development benefits that would derive from both applications, including ones that are more associated with the community, such as getting people back to work, supporting people through employment training and things like that. So both scored well on economic development, but on the commercialisation, there was a feeling amongst the panel collectively that the higher propensity of commercial use would potentially impact on community use. Now, we recognise that within all our community asset transfers, there needs to be some sort of commercial activity. It supports the community activities, and we would encourage that. But where there is a suggestion that commercial use could potentially impact on the availability of the property for community use, then clearly it wouldn't score as high in that aspect, and that would be reflected in the other scores. Hopefully that's clarified it.
Thank you. I do have one follow-up question to that. The deputation, the second deputation, stated that this commercial activity was required for sustainability, and therefore it's needed to provide these community services in the long term. Would you agree with that, or would you dispute that? And how does that differ from the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group?
Convener, I wouldn't disagree that commercial activity is required in our assets. That helps them be more sustainable. It really comes down to the level and the impact it has on community activity. And I would go back to what I said before, as I don't disagree with there being commercial elements within a building, particularly where it does support community activities. But the feeling of the panel, and I wasn't part of the panel, but certainly the feeling of the panel was that commercial activity could be to the detriment of community use.
Well, thank you for your answers.
Okay, thank you. I've got Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Couple of questions. Paul, how long has the licence still to run?
Convener, the licence only operates on a month-to-month basis, which is the standard approach for the SPR.
Okay, thank you. What was the brief for the deputation, both deputations today, as in come to state their case forward?
So, Convener Bailey Kerr, myself, the governance manager, and the corporate asset manager and climate change manager met with both groups at the same time to take them through the report, and also to then take them through the governance arrangements, and also to make them aware of the deputation and the deputation process. So there was no brief given to groups. It's really up for deputations to present their own case, their own views. But certainly both groups were made aware of the process and the report at the exact same time.
Thank you. My next question is, you kind of highlighted it near the end from, I think it was Councillor Bundy's question. So the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group, they've got the licence, but the Thornhill Community Hall, they take the leases. What I'm getting is, who runs it at the moment?
So the licence agreement from the council is to the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group. The FTCH, Falkirk Thornhill Community Hall, have protected lets and manage those lets within that licence. There is also an agreement between the Rainbow Muslim Women's Group and Falkirk Thornhill Community Hall for the management of that arrangement between them, which is a supplementary licence agreement. So the hierarchy is council licence agreement to the RMWG, and then a further licence agreement to FTCH.
Right, thank you very much. Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Convener. There seems to have been a significant amount of effort put into trying to bring both groups together on this one, and I think there's a sense of frustration, I think, that the groups haven't been able to come together in the timescale so far. The gap that remains between the two groups, despite the work that's gone on, is that insurmountable?
Convener, it wouldn't be for me as a council officer to sort of kind of foretold the views of either group. What I would say is that the council is obliged to make a decision by the 16th of August to be in accordance with the statutory process. I think colleagues have made efforts to bring both groups together. I think the fact that both groups are here today making deputations and we're having this debate and discussion on applications and the processes of them, I think indicates that even a further period of time may not be the best way to expedite that working relationship. It would really be for members to determine if they wished to provide that extra time. That would certainly be something that is within the remit of the committee, or to determine the application and go through the statutory process.
Okay, and you've given us an end date of the 16th of August in terms of the statutory process. In either delaying or not taking a decision today in whatever form that takes, what would the impact of that be on the centre itself?
The fortunate thing about having the licence in place is that there would be no change, but it would be up to both groups to continue to recognise the agreement from a council point of view. If the hall is open, that's always been our priority, and for all our CATs and all our SPR properties, as to where we can keep them open, so that licence would remain in place. so we wouldn't see an issue in relation to that. What I would say is that if we go beyond the 16th of August date, then the decision is then passed to a local review board, and it would be for Colin and colleagues in legal to advise accordingly on that. But that is my understanding. So it would still remain a further stage in the process.
Okay, perhaps.
Just to say that the next decision opportunity would be the 20th of August, which takes us beyond the 16th of August.
Yeah, perhaps my I'll consider further questions, but I might come back in at some point.
Okay, any further questions for officers at this stage? Councillor Spears.
Is that date not surmountable? Can we not look at, for the benefit of the community and for the opportunity for everybody to, since it came to this crisis point, to be able to reevaluate the situation and look at it? Or are we just trapped by some date where the community comes second?
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Moody to answer that.
Thank you, Convener. And just to confirm that the date is statutory, so it comes from the statutory scheme itself, where it's 6 months from the validation of the application. There is a requirement to make the decision one way or the other. The exception to that would be where there was an agreement between the applicant and the council itself to extend the time period. But we don't have such an agreement here, so there is an expectation that this decision is made within that period, 6 months period. We don't have another executive within that time. Mr. Kettrick has set out his view that the matter then transfers to the review body. That's also my view, is that the executive would lose its jurisdiction to determine the matter. So essentially you'd be shifting the matter, kicking the can down the road from one body to another in not making a decision within the 6 months period, subject to that caveat of whether there was an agreement to extend it.
Director of Law, if a special meeting of the executive could be called regarding this matter, because my idea of community is community. That's everybody working together.
Standing orders do allow for special meetings at the discretion of the convener.
The only thing I would say is be mindful is members' availability to attend any special meeting prior to the 16th of August with council being in recess. That would be the caveat I would have to put into that. And that may be problematic.
Great thing about Zoom meetings and being able to come on to meetings remotely. I'm not the only councillor that's come on for being on holiday to spend a day at a meeting.
Just to highlight, it's not just about members' decisions, it's also about officers' availability, because it would require a further report and a period of time for work to be done at a time when there would be limited resources available. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, but I'm not hearing anything that is giving me an indication that this could get over the line. We could get a collaborative approach here to resolve it at the moment within that time frame. Bailey Kerr?
We're only at questions at the moment.
We're still at questions, yes. All right, okay. Right, all right, you were getting to point. Councillor Deacon, I did see your light on, but it went off again. So if you wanted to...
No, Councillor Sinclair asked my question.
Councillor Bundy?
Thank you, Convener. It's more of a procedural question. And we have the two groups, or representatives of the two groups, in the room. Would it be possible for would it be possible to have the opportunity to get a public record commitment for collaboration? And if we can't get that, then there's no point extending the deadline.
If you could give me, can I suggest we maybe take a 5-minute recess? I think I need to take a wee bit of advice from officers about where we might go from here. If you wouldn't mind. Okay, folks, if we can come back into session, thank you for that. Just giving me time to take some advice. Again, this is a quasi-judicial matter, therefore we just need to be mindful of that. I am going to propose a procedural motion and as a pragmatic way forward, and it will be up to members to make comment and agree otherwise or bring forward alternatives, that we defer taking any decision at this time to come back to a special meeting before the 16th of August. And asking the two groups to go away and see if they can find a way of working together. But that's certainly it's a procedural motion. People don't have to agree with that. I'm going to put that on the table. And I don't know, Colin, do you want to say anything?
As a procedural motion, the question really is there general agreement to that among members? If there are members who are otherwise minded, i.e. who wish to go ahead to proceed to determine the matter today, then we would require to have a vote which would be for or against the procedural motion. So it would maybe be helpful to indicate if there are members otherwise minded.
Okay, I've got two lights on. I've got three lights. I've got Bailey Kerr, Councillor Spears and Councillor Hannah.
Just for some clarity, does the procedural motion need seconded?
Yes.
I would second that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
I'll third it because community is all the community. And my advice to both groups is get your heads together. We want to see this community hall remain community hall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
With the reservation that I've heard nothing today to suggest that a delay will actually resolve some of the difficulties, and I want to commend our officers for the work that they've done to try and get this to where they have, but I would not be against a deferment, but I would do that on the basis that I am making a heartfelt plea to these two groups that they do get together, that they do begin to find a way forward together. Both say that they have the interests of the community at heart. So can we see that in action, please?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Sinclair.
Community at the heart of what they're doing. My frustration, and I think I don't want to speak on your behalf, convener, but as one of the ward members where this community centre sits, I know, appreciate and see the value that this has across the entire community. The centre itself is a hub of vibrancy for the Thornhill community, and for anything to impact on its operation, I think that would be heartbreaking. I think I would echo colleagues across the chamber here in urging both groups to go away and find a way to bridge the gaps. And if there is anything that as ward members or as council members and elected members that we can do to assist that, knock the door. Because I think the point of this, what comes through each one of these community asset transfers, community is about people pulling together, everyone pulling together for the benefit of community. And it frustrates me to see the divisions within communities at the moment and how that impacts on each and every single one of us. So my ask today, in deferring this, if that's the decision of the executive, is that we leave no stone unturned to ensure that this goes forward positively and progressively for everyone in our communities.
Thank you for that, Councillor Sinclair. I think that we've already gone a significant way to try to bring the groups together, so that we are not in a position of having to choose. I think this is a final attempt to do so, and I hope that people will take the cognizance of what they've heard from members today. I'm therefore taking that there's consensus around the procedural motion to defer. Okay, thank you. Thank you everybody for that, and thank you for the time and the contributions that's taken. It's not something that is easy for anybody in this room, so thank you for that. Before I allow you to break for lunch, we do have another community asset transfer which we're going to take, and it is the Broome Park Community Centre, and I'll hand over to Mr. Kettrick to speak to the report.
If you just give me a minute, convener, to open my papers. Thank you, convener. As elected members will be aware, community asset transfer reports are quasi-judicial and should be considered upon their merits. The proposal contained within the report today is for the full ownership transfer of Broome Park Community Centre to Denny and Dunny Pace Pipe Band. Council Executive is asked to agree that full ownership on the basis of £1, reflecting the benefits that will derive from the project. Executive is asked to authorise the Director of Police Services to prepare and include the appropriate decision notice, allowing the Council the option to reacquire the property, and to agree that the transfer will be subject to the existing burdens and restrictions in the Council's title. In relation to the Enablement Fund, a grant sum of up to £182,550 is sought from the fund to support capital improvements to the facility, and these are outlined in the report. Members should be aware that both assessments, the assessments are undertaken are compliant in line with both the Council's statutory obligations in terms of the Community Empowerment Scotland Act and the disposal of land by local authorities regulations. And the report further instructs and authorises the Director of Police Services to agree and conclude all necessary arrangements to progress the disposal in accordance with the Community Empowerment Act. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll open up for any questions to Mr. Kettrick in relation to the proposals for Broome Park Community Centre. Councillor Spears?
Yeah, I take it's other members of the community can use it. It will still be operating as a community centre.
Councillor Spears, yes, that's the understanding in the application.
Okay. Now I see that they're also getting a grant sum. All the assets that transfer get a grant sum.
Almost all have sought to secure that funding. They have used it both as match funding to secure third-party funding, which was the whole point of it, and also to undertake improvements to the buildings to improve the business case sustainability. I'm only aware of maybe one or two which haven't sought to access that funding, and generally they have been in newer buildings or buildings that haven't required any improvements.
That's great because they are expensive and it is a business they're running. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no... Councillor Garner?
If it's okay, can I just make a comment in relation to this? It's not really a question, so.
This is meant to be questions, Councillor Garner.
It's just to pass on a quick message from the group itself. And it's just to thank officers for everything they've done to get into this stage. And I know that they've mentioned Jessica Patterson and the CVS team as well. So just to pass that message on, thank you.
Okay, it might be more appropriate to wait until we had agreement for that.
That's how I worded that accordingly.
Okay. Are we happy to agree? Agreed. Okay, right, thank you. I think we could probably take move into the other part and maybe take the CCTV paper before we break for lunch. So if we just give folks a wee minute or two to move around. Okay, colleagues, there is no amendment to this paper. It was brought forward as a result of a motion to council, hence the reason it is here before us. It doesn't require a decision, but it was brought as a motion and asked to come back. So I'll open it up for questions. Okay, Natalie, could you maybe give us an understanding of the role of the Information Commissioner, particularly around CCTV?
Thank you. The Information Commissioner Officer is responsible for responding to any complaints or concerns that people may have regarding the use of domestic CCTV and more commonly known as the camera ring doorbells. That is who we guide people to for guidance if they do raise any concerns through the council. Thank you.
Could you maybe also detail what we say to people when they contact us in relation to perhaps the complaints from neighbours, etc., or others around installing CCTV cameras?
So we do provide guidance in relation to outlining what we can and cannot offer. So we can advise that we can provide a mediation service if, for example, the use of the CCTV is related to an ongoing neighbour dispute. That is really the only time that we would have an involvement. If it is in relation to the actual usage and concerns that it's not being used appropriately, then that is when we would guide them on to the ICO. Thirdly, if there are any concerns in relation to harassment and the use of the equipment, that's something that we advise people to contact Police Scotland about. So there's really three strands, and this is all available on the website, which has been recently updated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was going to be my final questions if it was on the website, but that's great. Any other questions for Natalie? Councillor Spears?
So people can go ahead and put up CCTV. I found in my own particular interest, where I've had great vandalism in my property and car, that the CCTV is a great source of comfort and relief. So the message can go out today that people can put up CCTV.
Yeah.
Yes, people can install CCTV so long as they are compliant with the guidance that is available on the ICO's site. The caveat with that is when we talk about CCTV, it's important to note that we have CCTV, but we also have very commonly used the ring doorbells, and that these we would see as two separate types of equipment. If someone is a council tenant, then there is a requirement to contact us regarding the installation of CCTV equipment if that is going on to the fabric of the building. If it's quite simply a ring doorbell, that there is no no impact on the building, which to be honest is the majority of things people use now due to the cost effectiveness and the easy to install, then they can go ahead and do so.
That will bring a great sense of relief to very, very many people. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, It's a relatively straightforward report, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to say too much other than thanking officers for reviewing where we are. I think it makes it much clearer and gives us somewhere where we can point any constituents to get information on the use of CCTV and what's acceptable practice. So I'm happy to move the report. Councillor Devine.
Happy to second, Convener.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go briefly to group leaders. Councillor Hannah.
Thanks to officers and no further comment.
Bailey Buchanan. Sorry, Bailey Kerr. I was trying to see you were awake.
All right, Councillor Garner. Convener, the report is the report. It was a motion that a group brought forward because of issues that some of our constituents had. However, the legislation's there and it's somewhere where to signpost whoever needs to be signposted. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
CCTV.
Okay, thank you everybody for that. We will look to push on because I'm very aware we've got another deputation, and we'll move on to the Grangemouth Transport Study case for change. So maybe just ask the deputation to come forward. Right. Thank you, Kathleen. I appreciate it's been a long morning for you, but we have got here. So just whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll just start now. My name is Kathleen McIntosh. I'm the Treasurer from Grangemouth Community Council, and I'm also a part qualified accountant with initials after my names, which is quite sad, but never mind. Right, I'll just read our views now. It's Grangemouth, including Skinflats Community Council, are seriously concerned about the rationale for undertaking a further stag consultation in Grangemouth and also how the new report will be funded. The community has already invested significant time and effort engaging with the previous consultation process, and there is a growing sense of consultation fatigue among residents and local stakeholders. There are also legitimate questions regarding how any further consultation would be funded and whether this represents the best use of available resources at a time when there are numerous pressing priorities facing the non-industrial community in Grangemouth. If funding for a further stag exercise is to be sourced from Greener Grangemouth resources, this will only reinforce existing concerns that funding intended to support community priorities in Grangemouth is instead being directed towards Falkirk council-led priorities, processes and additional layers of consultation. A key principle of the funding was that priorities would be identified and shaped by the town team, reflecting the needs and aspirations expressed by the local community in Grangemouth. At no stage has there been a clear community mandate or express priority for funding from GCC to be used to undertake repeated consultations on the same issue. As such, direct resources towards a second consultation from Greener Grangemouth funding risks undermining both the purpose and intent of the funding arrangements, which were established to support community-led priorities and deliver meaningful resources and outcomes for Grangemouth residents. Many residents are increasingly asking when they will see tangible outcomes and investment on the ground rather than further studies, reviews and engagement exercises. The community has already provided its views and committed considerable time to previous consultation processes. Before embarking on another exercise, there must be a clear and compelling explanation of why it is necessary, what additional value it will deliver and how it will lead to a meaningful action. Given that trust and confidence in the local authority are already at a historical low level, there is a real risk that commissioning a further consultation without clear justification could further erode public confidence and undermine future community engagement. We believe the priority should be demonstrating delivery against identified community needs and ensuring that available funding, Greener Grangemouth, is directed towards the projects and initiatives that provide visible and measurable benefits for local residents in Grangemouth, not to fund consultations for infrastructure of a national interest. Now, I was looking at what the prospect for Greener Grangemouth is, and there's no mention of providing for anything like a stag. It's meant to be for investment range of projects in Grangemouth town centre, its neighbourhoods and connective infrastructure. So I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. At this stage, it is questions to Kathleen, not questions to officers. So just to make that clear at this stage, Councillor Spears.
Okay, Kathleen, nice to see you here.
Nice to see you.
Do you feel these consultations are a fob off?
A what?
A fob off.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's for pen pushers. And I mean, I'm looking at the neighbourhood in Grangemouth for Greener Grangemouth. And when you look at the centre, they painted some of the posts and everything, didn't clear away the weeds. And I mean, it's just a total mess. There's loads of empty shops. I mean, I just didn't know why we want to have another infrastructure. I mean, to me, the main problem is in Grangemouth is they're saying there's loads and loads of lorries coming in, etc., etc. People coming in for their work, drive in, drive out, all this people coming everywhere. And you've got to think, they keep bringing in more industry, and there's less room for safe building houses, for instance. I mean, we're in a blast zone, we can't build it. And yet we managed to build a new high school, the Carn Grange High School, in a blast zone, but we can't build houses for people. And if people worked 5 minutes away from their work, they wouldn't drive in and drive out. If they were close to their work, they wouldn't have a car. Whereas if you're going to go around the places and you're going to have say for instance, people staying in Bowness, people staying in Larbert, Stennismuir, they're driving into their work and they're driving back out again. And I mean, all the new industries, they keep bringing new polluting industries into Grangemouth. And I mean, we've got the myalgae and we've got that new one at Versailles, is it? No, Versailles. Versalis, that's the name, Versalis, and you've got that, and they've got this big new bio whatever. Now that's going to bring loads of lorries in for taking the stuff in, bringing the stuff back out again, and it's just surrounding Grangemouth and not giving Grangemouth a chance. Right. I feel quite strongly about this, you can understand.
You and I have fought this. I remember when Angus MacDonald was on the council, we fought to get a stag report.
Yes.
So reports after reports after reports and no action has led to frustration.
Councillor Spears, can we stick to questions, please?
Has this led to frustration?
Yes, it has led to my frustration. I mean, we're having the docks as the largest container dock in Grangemouth, and everything just comes hammering through. All the houses vibrate. Simply because there's all this lorries coming in, they're avoiding, just coming along tiny narrow roads. And it's just getting beyond a joke, and encouraging more infrastructure and more factories and everything. It's just encouraging more people to drive in, drive out, but they don't spend their money in Grangemouth. They go elsewhere, and it's just becoming ridiculous.
Do you find this affects the condition of the roads?
Yes. Bluntly, yes.
You said that this doesn't help Grangemouth and only finances Falkirk. Could you expand on that? I'm a bit concerned.
Well, a lot of the people aren't working. They're not employing people that actually belong to Grangemouth, live in Grangemouth. They're doing a broad spear, and that's going to impact on all the sort of areas round about Grangemouth. It's going to impact on Falkirk, Larbert, Stennismuir, because all the guys, if you're earning 100,000 a year, you're not going to stay in a block of flats where they're boarding up the windows, are you?
So are you recommending that this council go for a stag report?
No.
Right away?
I don't think so, because I think the money should be spent on what is to achieve a greener Grangemouth, not for another stag report. I mean, if we're going for greener Grangemouth, you're talking about having the town centre upgraded. I mean, they didn't even paint it all. They've missed out posts, they've left all the weeds, half the seats haven't been painted, and that's supposed to be what we're getting, greener Grangemouth. And that's bringing more lorries in. And I mean, look at the car park in York Square, and they put up barricades and everything to stop the big lorries, and what happened? The big lorry just crashed through. The walls fell down. We've got that pushed off and everything. That's no helping the people, to encourage the people to come in and shop in Grangemouth. It's just putting people off. If you see a wall falling down, that's not going to encourage people to come into Grangemouth and say, oh, we'll do our shopping here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I've got Councillor Hannah and then Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, convener. Thank you for your impassioned.
I'm very passionate about Grangemouth, yes.
Can I just clarify for you? You seem to me to be saying, and I just want to check that I've got this right, that you don't want to see any further consultation with the people of Grangemouth about the transport arrangements, and that you don't want the council to do anything further about a transport study.
Well, I think the transport study, we've already done one and it produced nothing. And the people in Grangemouth are just getting fed up. Consultant, survey, consultant. And we're just going round the circles. And that's my answer. You know, and you're saying about the Falkirk Council bringing in more. They're bringing in more lorries, bringing loads of everything. But it's just consultation. It's no actually producing anything. I mean, if you're seeing chunks of weeds lying about and they're supposed to be greener Grangemouth, well, to me, greener Grangemouth isn't loads of weeds lying around about. It's no encouraging people to come in. And to get another stag report, that's probably going to end up the same in the same direction as the previous one went. It's not going to help Grangemouth any. And it's not going to produce what the people see. The people want to see things. They don't want to say, oh yeah, we're having another consultation. They're not wanting that. They're wanting actual physical to see things. I mean, I'm on the community council and we've done a lot in Grangemouth to try and do different things for Grangemouth, to try and help the people, to make them encouraged to be proud of Grangemouth. And then we just, oh well, we can't afford to do this, we can't afford to do that, but we can afford to do another consultation that we've already done before. How does that sound?
I think as we move through the debate, I think there'll be a bit of clarity there that is not the case, Kathleen. So I think as we move on to officers' questions, you'll find that things will become more crystallised from the report. I'll move on to Councillor Sinclair, and then I think we'll move on to questions to officers.
Thanks, convener. Kathleen, it's nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
You've mentioned a lot about greener Grangemouth and the your contention that Grangemouth's covered in weeds and so on and so forth. Does the Community Council or your understanding cover the fact that Grangemouth, the Greener Grangemouth investment programme also includes connective infrastructure as well as projects in the town centre and within Grangemouth neighbourhoods?
Well, it doesn't say Grangemouth neighbourhoods and the neighbourhoods, so it's not the actual local infrastructure. And the reason there's so much infrastructure is there's no houses getting built in Grangemouth because it's a blast zone. But you could build a big school. Oh, that's okay to build a school, but it's not okay to build more houses in Grangemouth. With the result, the people that are working in these big factories is drive in, drive out. And that's what's causing the traffic problem. And the only way you're going to solve that is maybe putting less industry into Grangemouth and building more houses.
So I'm looking at, I'm actually looking at CVS Falkirk's website here, which has a huge amount of information on what's known as the Grangemouth Vision. And underneath the Greener Grangemouth headline on the website, and I'm quoting here directly from this website, and I believe that this is a partnership approach between many different organisations, including the council. Greener Grangemouth is a 10-year programme as part of the Grangemouth and Falkirk Growth Deal. The programme aims to put community health and wellbeing at the heart of Grangemouth's just transition. It aims to do this through investment in a range of projects in Grangemouth's town centre, its neighbourhoods and connective infrastructure. The programme will be led by a Grangemouth project manager based at Falkirk Council.
Yes, I've got that written down as well.
So on that, and I think it's conveniently been left out, connective infrastructure, on that, do you think that the people of Grangemouth would benefit from better connections across the Falkirk district and elsewhere across the Central Belt and beyond in order to access the employment that people are seeking that may not be available right on the doorstep?
The employment is, no, I disagree. The employment is right on the doorstep. It's just we're obliged to have this drive-in, drive-out DIDO group. And people come in and they work and they go home. I'll give you an example. The manager of BP, the guy in charge of BP at one point, and he says, oh yes, he does Grangemouth. When his car's due for a service, he drops it off at a garage and he picks it up, and that's his contribution to being in Grangemouth. He thinks that's good. And he drives in and drives out again. And that's what's causing the problem, all this excess traffic coming into Grangemouth. Now you're saying, well, what about maybe extra buses? People won't get on buses. How do you get a bus at 3 o'clock in the morning from one end of Grangemouth to the other end of Grangemouth? You're not going to get it. So you've got to have a car. Or coming into the town, if you're staying in Larbert and you're working in a biodiversity place, you're coming in and you're driving in at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, who's going to get a bus at 3 o'clock in the morning? Who's even going to get a taxi at 3 o'clock in the morning every morning to work in Grangemouth? There's just everything that's sort of geared into Grangemouth, all the factories, all the employment areas are gearing it into Grangemouth, and they're not thinking about the people that actually live there. I mean, there's vast amounts of ill health in Grangemouth simply because we've got all these big factories. It's encircled, Grangemouth's totally encircled with factories and okay, it's to say great for employment. I mean, at one point, Grangemouth had the 30% of the gross domestic product for Scotland. And I mean, the money doesn't get spent in Grangemouth. The money just gets spent all in the areas around. So to have better infrastructure, I mean, the guys work shifts 2 to 10. Who's going to get other than a car driving at 2 to 10? Would you walk from Larbert to Grangemouth for a job and you're 2 o'clock in the morning?
Okay, I think we're going to move on to questions from two officers now. So Kathleen, thanks very much for that. Want to take your seat?
Yes, okay. And, the other much you're getting rid of me.
Move on. Well, I'm just aware that we had 10 minutes and we've kind of overgone that 10 minutes. So and I'm also aware that lunch time is looming and we do have continued business. So I'm going to start off with a couple of questions to officers, just asking about why we need to update the case for change. And in doing that, how does that align to the priorities within Greener Grangemouth, and just a wee bit about the funding for the SNAG report. And just you might want to say a little bit about this is a major project. It's not, a quick fix project. It's much something that has to be much more sustainable.
Thank you, Convener. So it's highlighted in the report. The case for change following the previous community consultation was made to Transport Scotland. Officers were of the view that it did clearly demonstrate the case for change, particularly reflecting changes that had happened and changes that were about to happen, which is a normal process. Unfortunately, Transport Scotland do not share that view. Their view is that the community consultation and engagement did not provide a big enough sample. In the intervening period, the census data was updated, and they're the two main things that are highlighted within the report that Transport Scotland wished to see updated. As we know from discussions previously on strategic transport, the position is quite clear in that if you do not have the support of Transport Scotland, those interventions and improvements to strategic infrastructure will not be supported, and the chances of securing any additional funding or external funding is severely restricted. So the need for the engagement is the first step in making that further representation to Transport Scotland that there is a case for change in relation to Grangemouth. Now, we've seen in Grangemouth substantial changes over the past few years, including the past year since the original consultation was undertaken. We've seen we now have a green freeport. We now have an approved Falkirk and Grangemouth growth deal, which includes the Greener Grangemouth programme. In relation to the Greener Grangemouth programme, there is, as I think has been mentioned, a statement in relation to connectivity. We have within there, and I'm looking at it, the priorities that were identified within both the Greener Grangemouth consultation and indeed the transport consultation. There was to be improved community links, there was to be improved connectivity, there was to be better active travel, there was to be more access to jobs, education and key destinations. All of these all require interfaces with transport, with public infrastructure that is associated with transport. As part of the community engagement, there was 27 community transport interventions identified, ranging from walking and wheeling, cycling, bus, road, further bus and rail interventions. At a strategic level, there was around a dozen interventions. So clearly the engagement did highlight a number of projects that could have been taken forward. As we've highlighted in the report, we have managed to secure funding so far of £20,000 towards the undertaking of that further case for change submission. We need to find £55,000. Now, the proposal within the report is, in the absence of securing funding from other sources, which we will seek to do, is to take or seek the approval to take the money from Greener Grangemouth to fund what is projects that are closely aligned to the Greener Grangemouth programme. That means that we have a clear timeline for progressing this work to then actually develop the projects to make the interventions in the transport infrastructure in and around Grangemouth, which not only supports improved community access, it also improves the regeneration, the delivery of the town centre master plan. It supports the delivery of the Green Freeport, of the fourth, the Falkirk and Grangemouth growth deal. It supports the chemical cluster transition. These are all important aspects that require to be considered as part of the transport case for change, and are pretty much essential to us being able to progress these big interventions that we require to make.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener. Both the questions I had were clearly answered from Mr. Kettrick there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. I've got two questions. The first one is, why was the original submission to Transport Scotland incorporating out-of-date census information? Why was it not updated to the new census before submission?
Convener, the information, the census information was the one that was available at the time when it was submitted. The change in demographics in relation to Grangemouth are modest in terms of the census data. However, Transport Scotland's view is quite clear that both in terms of the engagement and consultation sample is low, and we recognise that there is potential consultation fatigue in Grangemouth. However, it is essential that we try and work with the community to get that sample up, because that's what we need to make the representation to Transport Scotland. And in terms of the census data, we maintain that the changes in that census data are so modest that they are not of a material nature. However, the bottom line is that Transport Scotland will not accept the previous case for change. We need to make that new case for change if we wish to progress with the projects that we've identified.
Thanks, Paul. And you've touched on my second question there regarding consultation engagement in Grangemouth. What ideas do the council have to try and overcome this fatigue?
I think there is a recognition that there is a challenge because there has been so many consultations undertaken. I think, though, it's incumbent upon us as the local authority to work as well with the community as possible to raise the profile that engagements such as this do need that participation, whether you're for or for against any particular project. We need to get that engagement to a substantial level so that we can produce those findings and represent them to to Transport Scotland. So I think it's incumbent on us, the Community Council, the wider community and their partners to try and encourage as much participation as possible.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Convener. First of all, can I just clarify that I have fully understood this, and what you are seeking in terms of an agreement is that you would be seeking funding from the Scottish Government to undertake this case for change, and only in the event that that was not forthcoming would you be looking to Greener Grangemouth to fund this £55,000?
That's correct. Although we will be also seeking funding from other sources that we can secure, potentially the Green Freeport or things like that, where there is funding available. But in the absence of us being able to secure that within a timely manner, we would be looking to secure that funding through Greener Grangemouth, which will also require to be approved as part of the governance arrangements for the Greener Grangemouth programme.
My second question is, in the event that the executive today was not to agree the recommendations here, not to agree for further consultation, what would the consequences be?
Convener, the consequences would be that there would be no progress made on these infrastructure projects. We would continue to potentially lobby Transport Scotland to say that we feel the previous case for change was robust, which is still our view. However, Transport Scotland's view is that they're not, and clearly something like the census data, their view of a low sample size, these are issues that we should be able to overcome. So, if we do take the decision today not to progress that activity, then in effect we are in a hiatus in terms of delivering these projects, or at least delivering the business cases for these projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. As you are aware, this is a great concern to the residents in Grangemouth, and especially well represented by our Community Council. Would you recommend that they deal directly with Transport Scotland then, as they seem to have lost faith in Falkirk Council?
Convener, I don't recognise that suggestion that Transport Scotland have lost faith in Falkirk Council. We deal with Transport Scotland on a whole range of infrastructure projects. There's probably about 3 or 4 that we have ongoing at the moment. We have the utmost respect for counterparts in Transport Scotland and the work that they do. I think the key thing is that we've identified a difference of view here, and the only way to get progress is for us to make that case for change and provide the updates that are necessary. To lobby Transport Scotland to change their mind, I do not see as being something that's productive. I think that would lead to further delays and would not necessarily result in us getting to progress the case for change that we clearly desire.
I would imagine that if we are trying to get finance for the Greener Grangemouth project, then we want a stag report to implement the return there train station to Grangemouth to take a lot of traffic off the roads. So that would be a priority.
I think, as I mentioned, within the report, we've identified 27 community transport interventions and I think about a dozen strategic transport interventions. This is a lot more than just about a train station. This is about the whole connectivity in and around Grangemouth, both the community aspects and the industrial complex aspects. As we've heard from the Community Council, there is deep concerns about transport, about vehicle movements. We have a lot of changes going on in the industrial complex. We have a lot of changes going on in the community. In my view, it is right for us to progress that case for change and to make that submission to Transport Scotland, and once it's made, to then endeavour to push forward with projects.
I agree with you, but we must also remember I think there's 18,000 people live in Grangemouth town, so we need to look after their interests as well, not just industry.
Okay, can I bring in Mr. Binney, please?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make the point to committee that I think we're slightly conflating two separate issues here. The most pertinent point here is that we foresee existing issues with transport in the Grangemouth area and also future pressures on transport in the Grangemouth area. And the way to resolve those is through a stag and making a case for change. So we're asking here as officers, can we progress with our ambitions to get a case for change undertaken that effectively makes Transport Scotland and the Scottish Government examine how best to resolve those transport challenges in the Grangemouth area? A very minor element of this report was a note that if in the circumstances that no funding could be found in any other place, and we do have the GFIB existing and all sorts of government commitments to the future of Grangemouth, that we would then seek to maybe see if the Greener Grangemouth monies could fund this. But that wouldn't be possible without the support of the town team, which is made up of members of the Grangemouth community. So clearly we wouldn't make a proposal without the support of that community. But I think to bring committee back to the most pertinent point, I don't want to be sat here in 5 years' time with complaints from residents within Grangemouth about higher levels of freight movement in and out of Grangemouth, and a question about why this council did nothing to address that, when we sit here right now expecting that situation, and the way that you address that is through a case for change and a stag. But if elected members do not want us to go down that journey, then we will stop, and that's absolutely fine. But our recommendation is that we get on and try and fix what is an existing problem.
Could I just ask a further question just about the Grangemouth Master Plan and the implications of not doing this piece of work in relation to that wider regeneration? Is there likely to be any detriment?
Convener, the short answer is yes, it could be detrimental to the delivery of the master plan, because the master plan will in effect be taken forward through a planning context, and part of that will be the appraisal and understanding of transport needs, and the understanding of those transport needs. The stag appraisal and the case for change process go a long way to supporting that work. They're all intertwined, as is a lot of the projects that are associated with Greener Grangemouth, the projects that are associated with the Fourth Green Freeport, the projects that are associated with that are based in Grangemouth, the Falkirk and Grangemouth growth deal. So they are intertwined. So there is a reliance on these things to be brought together. And just to pick up on Councillor Spear's point about the 18,000 or 16,000 to 18,000 residents, that's the level that we want to achieve in terms of a sample. We want to get a big proportion of those people involved. The last time we had 300 engagement submissions. So if we could even get that up to 10%, that would be a substantial response rate.
Okay, thank you. Right. Well, as long as you've got a question, Councillor Spears, because it's become a dialogue between you and the officers, not questions.
You ask me this every time. Of course, we're here to dialogue with the...
No, we're here to ask questions at this point in time.
I think you'll find there's questions, but you've got to explain your question first.
Could you please... We're now running out of time because we have further
Well, if
deputations.
you'll allow me to continue...
Could you please ask a question? Otherwise, I will move you no longer be heard.
Oh. That would be interesting. So you're recommending a stag report that goes ahead. Can you finance that fully so it runs in conjunction with other works that are ongoing at the town at present?
As we've highlighted in the report, we are seeking the initial funding to progress the case for change submission to Transport Scotland. Upon acceptance of the case for change, that is when we enter into the next stages of the stag process. The costs for that can vary between £350,000 to £525,000. There would be a further report back here seeking how we progress that. At this stage, we are merely seeking to progress with the case for change, of which we've secured £20,000 funding. We need to secure £55,000. We've highlighted in the report we will seek to secure that from Scottish Government and from other sources. But failing being able to secure that additional funding, consent has been asked for us to make that request to Greener Grangemouth programme to secure the funding to progress these infrastructure projects.
Okay, thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Garner to move the report.
Thank you, Convener. The purpose of this report is to update members on the current position of the Grangemouth Transport Study and proposes to progress further work to satisfy the requirements of Transport Scotland to make the case for change. Despite substantial engagement and work of officers previously, Transport Scotland have asked for further consultation and updating of information such as census information which was not previously available to be provided in order for them to consider the case for change. Whilst it is disappointing that further activity is required, without the support of Transport Scotland, there is little prospect of transport infrastructure investments being able to progress and secure funding. As outlined in the report, the proposal is to undertake further community consultation and to update the key information as required by Transport Scotland. The estimated cost of this initial stage of work is approximately £75,000, with £20,000 already being secured from Scottish Enterprise. The remaining £55,000 will be sought from Scottish Government, GFIB and other potential funders. However, failing securing this is a proposal that funding will be sought from Falkirk and Grangemouth Growth Deal programme Greener Grangemouth. This programme is closely aligned to the transport interventions that may be identified and considered as part of the case for change, and therefore funding is appropriate to be sought from this in its absence of others. Further stages of the STAG appraisal process are substantially more expensive, with a total cost estimated between £350,000 and £525,000. However, no funding for these are being sought and will only be considered once the initial case for change has been successfully made and agreed with Transport Scotland. There is no commitment to this funding and it would be subject to a further report to the Council Executive. As we've heard from the deputation, the community, whilst frustrated to be yet having a further consultation, want to see progress in projects being delivered. The best prospect of achieving transport improvements is to have the case for change progress to a satisfaction of Transport Scotland and to do this as quickly as possible. This is what Executive in short has been asked today to progress. Happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Devine.
Happy to second the report.
Okay, there is no amendment. Therefore, I'm going to ask, is there anybody otherwise minded? No. Okay, so I'll just go to group leaders briefly.
No further comment.
Thank you. Bailey Kerr.
No comment.
Councillor Spears.
It'll be pleasing to see progress. We've waited a long time and let's see if we can have some action instead of further consultation.
Okay, happy to agree. Okay, we will now break for lunch, albeit a little bit later than anticipated. If we could be back here for 2 o'clock to reconvene, and we'll begin with the motion. Good afternoon, everybody. Come back into session for the second half of the executive. As indicated prior to the break, we're going to start with the motion, the review of football provision across Falkirk. We have a deputation request here from Ian Dibden and Stephen Aitkenhead. If they can maybe come forward and take their seats down the bottom. Thank you very much for coming along. You have up to 10 minutes and then there will be 10 minutes for questions, and I'll just say I'm going to be pretty strict on the time because we've still got a lot of business to get through today on the questioning. But just whenever you're ready to put forward your speech to the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'll go. Are you ready to go to training? That's a voice we'll hear every day of the week.
Can you sit down so we can hear the
for impact?
Oh, it's just we can't hear you in the microphones if you stand up.
Thank you. Anyway. Right.
Sorry, I've kind of put you off.
Yeah,
there.
you did.
Apologies.
I'll just move on. Anyway, Chair, Councillors, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name's Ian Dibden and I represent Central Football Foundation and Academy. I want to talk about various things today and Stephen will follow up with a bit of a gap or the gaps I'll leave. Anyway, the importance of access. Sport and physical activity are not optional. They are central to achieving positive outcomes for children and young people. They contribute directly to improving health and well-being, positive life chances and stronger, more connected communities. The impact of increased costs, increased charges. Last year, 2025, our training lets at Graham High School for the Central Football Academy Foundation were £3,000. This year we paid £9,000. Last year that covered January to June. This year that cost, the £9,000 covered January to March. The increased charges have had a negative effect. Its participation is falling. Families are forced into prioritising essential pricing or spending rather. Inequality is spreading with access increasingly based on ability to pay. Community clubs are under strain, threatening their sustainability and health and well-being outcomes are being undermined. I believe there's a conflict with the Falkirk Plan outcomes, the Council's own directive. The decision to increase lets by 300% to us is particularly concerning when you consider they're against the core outcomes of the Falkirk Plan, which include reducing inequality, improving health and well-being, giving children and young people the best start in life, building stronger, more resilient communities. The increased facility charges directly work against these outcomes. If we aim to reduce inequality, we cannot introduce barriers that are disproportionate and affect low-income families. If we want to improve health and well-being, we must make physical activity more accessible and more affordable, not less. If we're committed to supporting children and young people, we must ensure that they can participate fully in community life without financial barriers. If we want strong communities, we must sustain local clubs and the spaces that bring people together to volunteer, gain new skills and promote health and well-being. So looking at the alignment to the community planning priorities, the CPP, healthy weight and tracking obesity, a whole family approach to reducing child poverty, increase in charges for sports facilities directly undermines process in both these areas. It creates barriers to physical activity, limiting efforts to promote healthy weight, and increases financial pressures on family, contradicting efforts to reduce child poverty. This creates a clear disconnect between the strategic ambition and operational decision making. Lack of consultation. Our pricing, as I highlighted earlier on, was no consultation with us at all. We went through the CAP process for two of the facilities within Grangemouth, in Shira and Zetland, and we're currently undergoing refurbishment of both buildings. In our CAP projections, because we were a foundation, our books balanced. However, no one could predict a 300% increase, putting us in the red. So we had to take strategic and impactful, we had to make decisions, thank you, to counter this one. We were a foundation, we're a charity, we're a registered charity. We had to balance the books. There was no consultation with us, and without the community engagement, decisions risk being out of touch with lived experiences and missing key impacts on those most affected. I referenced the Inadequate Equality and Poverty Impact Assessment, EPIA. There are serious concerns regarding the quality of equality and poverty impact assessment, in particular the impact on low-income families, as I've mentioned, the impact on children and young people's health and well-being. The cumulative effect of the cost of living crisis is not being adequately considered when the council's making these decisions. So what is the long-term cost? While increases provide short-term financial benefits to the council, they risk long-term social and economic problems, including increased demand on health services, so away from football. What's the impact going to be on the adult through lack of physical activity? Deepening inequality gaps for those who can afford to pay and those who can't. Weaker community cohesion, volunteering opportunities, and skills development. We don't impact just kids, we impact adults. The volunteers that come out every night of the week must be considered in this long-term cost. Reducing the number of local, inclusive, community-based sports clubs could be the outcome. We're already here of businesses closing, are sports clubs closing? The short answer is yes. A fairer approach. We recognise the financial pressures on facing the council. However, decision must remain aligned with regional and national strategic priorities and outcomes. More balanced opinions would include protecting or capping charges for all organisations working with children and young people. When I say all, is that there's conditions set aside for other sports. Now, we're particularly involved in football, and the discounts, if you want to call them, or charges are not equally distributed amongst all sports. Expanding concessions for organisations working with low-income families. We're based in Grangemouth. We're all sitting here discussing, you think all morning, you're discussing things on Grangemouth. It impacts on us. It impacts on the locals here. We are in an area that requires support from the council. You all know it. Your strategies that you put in place, the funding that you release for schools, for kids to attend free summer sessions, the after-school clubs that are provided free, this is all impacting. We provide them for free, You're trying to fund them. If the funding's not there, or our funding is only or paying towards our increased lets, then we're defeating ourselves. You're giving us our own money back, in essence, charging us more there to give it to there to provide what we've always provided. Expanding concessions for organisations working with low family incomes is absolutely crucial. Supporting community clubs to remain sustainable through fair and appropriate charges. Ensuring decisions are clearly aligned with Falkirk Plan and the community planning partnership. And committing to consultation and impact assessment processes that inform decisions. Today, I'm asking the committee to recommend that Falkirk Council pause and review the increases in let charges in order to undertake meaningful consultation with affected groups, strengthen equality and poverty impact assessment, and consider health impact assessments. Ensure future decisions align fully with the Falkirk Plan outcomes and the community planning partnership priorities, and protect affordable access to sports facilities for all children and young people.
That's your 10 minutes. Could you finish?
Yes. Conclusion. Thank you. It's more about pricing. It's whether your decisions deliver on your commitments, they reduce or reinforce inequality, support or hinder well-being of our young people, and ensure the sustainability of our local community-based sports groups and clubs. Access to sports or well-being activities and facilities should never depend on children's domestic circumstances or the family's income. Can I stand up? This is my last line.
We don't tend not to hear you when you stand up because
Okay.
of the microphone.
But
So
imagine I'm standing up. Dad, are you ready to take me to training? Sorry, it's not on. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much for that. I'll open it up now to questions, and I will be very strict. It will have to be questions, and in order that as many people can get questions as possible, I'd ask you to keep them brief. I don't think there needs to be a long context there, so that we can get through this. So, Councillor Spears.
I take it you don't feel that you're playing on a fair playing field?
Absolutely. I'll let Stephen answer these.
I'm just reading here that there is a pitch activation plan for 2027 to 37, which will sit alongside the sports strategy and aim to set out a 10-year evidence-led approach with a strategic approach to require to be supported by a submission to the capital programme. Could the pitch increases not have waited or be done at all until this work was done to give a more evidence-led approach? And we do recognise there was public consultation last year. What was the uptake in the public consultation? Because I've heard earlier that a lot of things that are agreed depends on public engagement. And higher cost, again, as Ian says, the impact that this has in communities, there's a just transition going on in Grangemouth. The impact of people's lives is money and the shortage of money. And if people's health and well-being can't be afforded, that cost gets transported onto the health and social care partnerships and the NHS.
I understand you feel no consultation without representation, but I think that's a question you'll need to address officers. I would really like to know roughly how many kids are involved and what is the nightly cost?
Yep. I kind of talked to you about it there earlier on when I gave you figures, but that's an isolated club as we're looking at as one organisation. But I feel that I'll be representing all clubs in the area because we're all faced with the same problems. But we came under an education let with the council at Graham High School. It resorted to leisure. Our costs went up 300%. So as I said earlier on, it went from 3,000 for a 6-month period almost to a 3-month period at 9,000. So it's 300%, which is, I'm sure it's a lot higher than that. The impact was on us financially was a burden.
It's really how many kids are involved?
300. We've got 300.
300.
But as I say, I think.
So is that costing them £5, £10, £15?
We have not put any increases to our membership, and that's our only source of income. We're a total volunteer organisation. In terms of quite the reverse. We offer a scholarship programme within our organisation, which scholarship is a coy word to saying a free provision, depending on the family's situation. If we don't stop the child playing football if they can't afford to play, we offer them a scholarship, so there's no stigma attached, and allows them to continue playing and then review the situation in 2, 3, 6 months.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, I've got Councillor Hannah, then Councillor Gardner and Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Convener. Can I just ask a couple of questions? You said that sports clubs are closing. How many? What? And how many football clubs?
Ultimately, we went under the CAP process because you needed changing facilities within there. So this is a roundabout way of doing it. Clubs who didn't want to go along that route had no provision. They could have access to the pitches, or the centre would have been closed down. We can see evidence of that. Pullman, I know it's reopening, but other buildings that are lying empty. Bowhouse Community Centre, which is not specifically for Falkirk, but it's within Grangemouth, is closed down. And it was a fairly active place, with different clubs involved in there. So I think the question is how many clubs rather than specifically football clubs. I don't have the answer to that, but it's impactful as you close buildings down and less venues. Our plan is that Zetland, which was old boxing club, the Dome, as it's iconically referred to, we will open up that as a community space during off hours. As I say, we're hoping to have all works completed by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the wish to have this paused for further consultation, but there was a consultation. Were you not involved in that consultation? Were you invited and didn't respond, or were you unaware of it?
It could be a combination of, apart from if we were invited, we would have attended. We were unaware of it, to be honest. But we would have certainly been represented there. I think it probably goes back to when we put in our CAP budget on there. We put in a sort of 5% increase on costs for our winter lets. Remember, our winter lets work in parallel to our pitch lets. So our pitch lets this year will exceed 5,000-6,000. Our winter lets, we're in 4 different schools in the Falkirk area. So the costs are enormous, way high.
Okay, thank you.
Is that
and
okay? Yeah,
the third question was about young people. Now you've been saying that you do ensure that young people are able to attend, you give them scholarships and so on. So what evidence is there that there are young people who are not getting involved in football clubs because of the cost?
The first example I would use is that the Falkirk Council put up the Hungry Holidays programme, which we're supported in that one to offer free spaces for kids who haven't accessed. We use Active Schools to go in to speak to the support assistants, the learning support assistants, to isolate families that would most benefit, be it their single parents, whatever. There's quite if English is not their first language, or if they are a single parent, they with siblings X amount under a certain age. So we try and reach this criteria. So in terms of accessibility for these kids, the council's already supporting that. Where our fear is, if I can mention that, is that we're having to decrease that because we've got the other commitments at the other ends, and that's for lets.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, We've only got a few minutes left for questions, so can make a plea for brevity. Councillor Garner, then Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Convener. The first topic that's ever come up here that I've got a lot of knowledge on, and you say I can't ask much questions on. That's excellent. Hi, Ian, and hi, Stephen. So you say you've got 300 kids playing for the team now, and I don't know if you know me personally, but I'm chairman of Dunnipace FC, so we have a very large setup there. So can I ask you what your monthly subs are then? I've got my subs here, so I could even compare them with you.
We charge each member £35 a month.
£35, with £35 doesn't cover the pitch hire costs you're saying with 300 kids. So where else does all the money go then?
I think you've got to look at everything that we're doing. We're at Dunnipace. You've got fantastic pitch facilities. Whatever.
Yeah, but we also use council facilities. We use the Bottom Gala Park, we use Herbshire Parks, we use the school as well.
If we're paying for one school over a period of time, £9,000, right? That's what we've done. We're at St Mungo's, we're at Braes, so we're using multiple where we can get lets. Now, Graham High School, we've been unique there as far as we're in there 5 nights, 3 hours. It's always been, we were in there when it was the 2G. 2G. So we had the advantage of being in incumbents to get first shout at the lets. But our fear is because it's becoming a sought after venue that we need to stay there as long as we could. However, sorry, you're thinking?
No, carry on.
So what else are we doing? We're doing the holiday programs, we do after school clubs, and all of these are free to contact. It's funded from our membership. We don't receive much funding in terms of our charitable status as yet, because we don't have the expertise to apply, although Stephen next door to me probably is an expert. But our focus at the moment is on the CAT transfers. We're trying to make sure that they're fit for purpose. We're going back to the community. So we're looking at the wider aspect of football rather than just the community thing. Our books balance, shall we? But it's hard work to balance them. I don't know what your situation is like at Dunnipace, but it seems to be tough.
Can't go into all that just now, but we could go a bit under time constraint here. Yeah, thank you for that. But I hope you do listen to our amendment, and I hope you realise that we're not against this. This is pro football, pro sport, and if Stephen's read some of the stuff connected to the pitch strategy, I think that aligns far better than what we're going to have.
Gardner, you'll have time to do that when you speak to the amendment. I'm sorry, I'm pushing things on here. Councillor Redmond, and again, brevity, please.
Thank you. If nothing changes, how do you see the future for clubs like yourself if things just keep going as they are with the price increases and obviously the pressure of taking on these buildings as well?
Can I maybe go that one? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, first things first, health and wellbeing is at the core of Falkirk Council strategy, especially in the Kersarbank and Bowhouse areas with the upcoming community action plan. 300 kids, and a lot of them don't pay as it is. They are on scholarships, so not everybody pays. Our capacity to do that will be extremely tested. And at one point, we will have to say no or put people on a degrading waiting list, which is worse than saying no. If all these kids can't play football or structured football or have the mentoring and coaching that our academy provides, well, what does that do for Kersarbank, Bowhouse and the wider Grangemouth? What does it do? It sets all these kids, or a great proportion of these kids, back on the streets, and the Falkirk Council will then have to get detached youth in. We'll have to spend more money on managing antisocial behaviours potentially without that guidance and mentoring. Grangemouth lost a lot of sports clubs. They've lost a boxing club. Another one had to move in. We've lost a lot of other things. We've lost a lot of community centres who are struggling for their capacity as well. This would just compound there, in my opinion, and I wouldn't be here making these arguments if I didn't think so. We're not here in jollies, and I know you appreciate that. But we are here because we have a real concern that this will limit us to do our charitable work in a really struggling town. And we know you recognise that. We honestly do. However, it seems to be your budget is, and I understand your budget, is pushing the agenda more than it should. You know, people's well-being should be at the heart of everything. And if kids don't get, or youths don't get a good start in life through a good mentorship and good abilities, what happens? I chatted with Stuart Kennedy yesterday, a guy born and bred in Grangemouth in Wilson Street. And if it wasn't for football, this town wouldn't have a champion like him, a guy who's won everything in the game. You know, for playing in Shire Park, playing for Falkirk.
Stephen, your opportunity has gone to make statements. It's quick answers to questions. Okay. I'll give Councillor Redmond one final chance for a quick question because I've been very generous. We're way over the 10 minutes, but aware that others took up a lot of time.
Thank you. I think that was a brilliant answer. I think I'll just leave it there and we'll get into the motion itself. Cheers.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you to the deputation. If you want to take your seats.
Okay, thank you. Oh.
Okay, before we have the motion moved and seconded and then the amendment going to the debate, I'll just see if there's any questions for officers at this time. Councillor Spears.
It was Mr. Aikenhead brought up a couple of subjects regarding realignment, lining the pitches, timings of both. Can they not be done in conjunction? Is to really answer that question.
Hey, Mr. McGuinness.
Thank you. So the green space guys and the teams that look after the pitches on behalf of the council use their best endeavours to spread the resources across the 49 grass pitches we have in the area, and I'm assured that they will do their best to coordinate their activity to make sure that pitches are in the best condition possible with the resources we have available.
Okay. I think Councillor Gardner and Councillor Redmond.
Thank you. Well, we've heard about the pitch strategy, Michael. Could you tell us when we're going to see the fruits of all that work that's going on just now?
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Yes, so officers are working extensively right across sport and leisure, and we've completed an assessment of all the pitches in our responsibility. We are bringing forward the strategy on the 5th of November for executive to consider. There's further consultation, particularly with the clubs and individuals in football, going out at the end of this week, a further survey to clarify exactly what the ambitions are for our community. So that forms a key part of the wider consultation. And just to answer a question from earlier on, the previous consultation we had 600 responses to that, and we held 3 open sessions to ensure that everyone had a proper opportunity to have their say on pitches and other aspects of sport and leisure.
Thank you. And secondly, quickly, are there any aspects in the motion where officers have concern?
Within the motion itself, sorry, apologies. Within the motion itself, there's one aspect that does cause a slight concern, which is about the social value assessment. So to carry out a social value assessment, we would need to look at all aspects across sport and leisure, not just football per se, and that would be a real challenge to meet the timetable and the time frame we are looking at delivering this strategy. So that's something we would have a slight challenge with, particularly in time frames, and making sure a social value assessment was carried out across all sport and leisure activity.
Thank you, Michael. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Oh, thank you. No, we're hearing a lot about the sports, the kind of sort of wider sports strategy, but I think some of my concern why I think maybe it's better if we go with the football motion and look at things separately is as things come forward in the wider sports strategy, you'll have your sort of headlines, your new major sports centres, potentially at the stadium at Grangemouth, we'll get our hubs and spokes. But obviously football's probably the most played sport across the whole of the Falkirk area. So would it not be advantageous if it could sit separately, and then that way we've got a chance to focus solely on football, because it means so much. Oh, sorry, I'm just asking questions. I'm going to go into a big speech there, but yeah, sitting separately as football rather than, is there not a risk having everything all in one big strategy, and it means that certain voices get drowned out?
The approach we've taken is in line specifically with the gentleman earlier talking about health and wellbeing, the widest aspect of delivering against that key challenge for the council. So we believe that, and we've been progressing on the basis of, we have a single 10-year strategy for all sport and leisure activities, and football is a key part of that, as you rightly pointed out, in terms of participation levels. But we believe that one key strategy covering all aspects of health and wellbeing provision in sport and leisure is the right approach.
Right, thank you. I'll leave it there. I'll come in with my speech later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. In the deputations, the point was being made that if funding isn't spent on sports, you're going to be spending money elsewhere because of potential antisocial behaviour, etc. When resources are being allocated, is there a broader spending analysis, or is it just solely within the department?
So I don't quite understand the question. Could you repeat the question, please, Councillor Bundy? Apologies.
When you're looking at the allocation of spending, is it just looking at the budget that is in front of you and balancing the books, or is it taking in the more macro approach and saying, if I spend X here, I'm going to save Y here, and therefore it's better to spend X?
Sorry, thank you for clarifying. Officers do their best endeavours to ensure that we bid for money where it's possible. So if there's capital funding opportunities to bid, we will do so. If there's opportunities for spend to save and change funding, we will explore those opportunities also. So we look right across the council in terms of where funding could be secured, and also external funders, particularly SFA, for example. The strategy will bring forward opportunities for additional pitches funding in years to come. Without a strategy, that would be challenging. So the strategy we're bringing forward in November will form a key part of any other future funding requests we may have, but it's much wider than just what's in front of us.
And when you're determining the spending, is that again looking at overall council saving?
Have to balance the funding we currently have, council savings that have been applied to the service, and also where externally we can source additional funding. So we'll look at all aspects of that. But yes, savings are a key part of our consideration as we move forward with budgets.
Thank you.
Mr. Binney wants to come in.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to add to Councillor Bundy's question in that, we currently have full occupancy of our sports pitches, and we have a waiting list of clubs and teams wanting to get onto our pitches. So I'm not of the view that there's a significant tension point at the moment in terms of our costs being so high that we're driving sport participation out of activity in the Falkirk area. But that's part of what the consultation that officers are going to engage on will determine, and we can get a better sense of that. But I think it's worth making that point that there are very high levels of activity, and there are teams waiting to try and get in and use that activity as well. So it would be, I think, quite challenging for us as officers to say, right, in a room, what are we going to set as our fees and charges for the coming year? Oh, we probably should drop it in the expectation of an unrecognised offset saving from antisocial behaviour in a community space. I understand the point you're making, but when occupancy levels are as high as they are and demands as high as there are, I don't feel like we're in that kind of black and white space.
Thanks, Malcolm.
On the back of that, this is maybe a wee bit unstructured the way I'm going to say this, but what are the pitch fees used for? Is that used for reinvestment and maintenance of the existing pitches, or is that then just to try and offset other budget underspends?
At this point in time, the cost of us managing the pitches across the estate is approximately £224,000 net cost to the council. So there's a burden on us in terms of delivering those pitches. So that's our current position on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. Just one question. It's not, I suppose the answer is probably not going to be as brief as the question. What are the risks associated with cherry picking football as a sport out of a strategy that includes all sports, including high growth sports, especially for women, for example, with rugby, for example, being the second highest growing sport for women in the world?
I think, just to be clear, football's got the highest participation across the authority area, so it plays a really important role for us. However, swimming pools, gymnasiums, other sports, other participating groups, our school's activity with our young people is significant. So I think it'd be very difficult to as you use, cherry pick a certain sport over others, because they all contribute to the health and wellbeing of our community, and they're integral in sport and leisure.
Malcolm.
And sorry to butt in, but I just do feel like I would feel uncomfortable about us taking forward a strategy that had another activity happening to the side for a different sport. You know, the way we've worked successfully over the last 4 years is to do comprehensive strategies that allow an evaluation of absolutely everything in a particular service area. So I've got full faith. Anyone who's seen, Robert Hammond come and present here, I've got full faith in him as an officer in taking forward everything in an appropriate fashion that recognises each individual kind of merit and the opportunities and benefits. But I would feel uncomfortable about having two processes running side by side. I'd rather we did it all in a strategic, comprehensive approach.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, I'll just turn to Councillor Redmond now to move the motion.
Thank you. You've all circulated, seen the motion, so I'll just talk to it. So the reason I brought this forward is because I had so many football clubs coming to me, and we're really fortunate in Falkirk. Some of our facilities aren't the best, but we've got some of the best kind of football clubs, like in Central Football Academy and Bonnybridge Youth Football, and so many clubs we volunteer, ran, taken on with pavilions. But these clubs are under strain. They're under. I know we've got high occupancy rates, but they're under strain with the price rises. There's volunteers that are feeling at their wits' end here. So I suppose there's two parts of this motion. There's the pricing. The motion doesn't tie us down to saying we will reduce the prices. It's just saying we will look at the prices. There was also involved in it as well as a targeted support that we could offer for clubs that do produce a lot of social value, that are helping out deprived kids that otherwise wouldn't be involved in sport, that would be sat at home on their iPads or potentially getting involved in stuff they shouldn't be getting involved in. So the social value that football clubs are contributing to the Falkirk area is just so important. And it's not just the kids on the park playing football. You've got the parents coming down. It's giving boys and girls a sense of community. So I think, what has been heard, cherry picking, it's a big concern, football across the Falkirk area. There is so many young people and so many families and communities that are built around it. So I think if they're under strain, we as councillors need to be looking at it, and we need to be helping them out where we can. So that was the first part, is the pricing. The second part's the facilities, because we do have some really good AstroTurf pitches at schools and things, but ultimately a lot of our grass pitches, they're well used. But I was down at Bonnybridge the other day, at Duncan Stewart Park. We've had drainage problems since I've been a councillor. They've never ever been addressed. We've had sort of token repairs done. At Anderson Park, we've had places infested with moles and molehills everywhere. That hasn't been addressed. Pitch line's been a real problem as well, even things like grass cutting. And you've got all these people running football teams, and they're feeling more and more frustrated that, you know, before they used to just turn up and play football, now they're running pavilions, they're paying extra charges. All they're wanting is the council to work with them and support them in what they're doing, and ultimately support the youngsters that are getting involved in football. So that's that's the spirit of my motion. And you know, it's good to hear we've got a sort of pitch strategy coming forward. And I really think, you know, we're doing a lot of this stuff as well, but it's just strengthening what's already been done, and it's got a football focus rather than just being part of the wider sports strategy, where it'll come to council, we'll focus on the sports, we'll focus on the hub. Football, for me, for loads of people across the Falkirk area, for Scotland as a nation as well, we're at the World Cup and that now, it's so important and it delivers so much. So I really think that it'd be great if you could back my motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Seconder? Councillor Aiken?
Happy to formally second that.
Okay, right, thank you. We do have an amendment, so I will go to Councillor Garner, to move the amendment.
Thank you, Convener. Has the amendment been circulated? I'm going to read it out.
No, it's been circulated.
Been circulated.
I don't think you need to read it out.
No, that's fine. I'm not going to then. Thank you. As you've heard, I'm quite invested in football in the area. I know as much as most here, and certainly can hear what Ian and Stephen are saying, and agree with some of the stuff they are saying. We want to do our best for football, not just football. We want to do our best for all sports out there, because we do see the benefits that it gives every community that it's in, families and the kids who play it as well, and the adults who play it. So, and I read the motion, and listen, I could potentially have supported this motion, but for me, in my opinion, it's too narrow. It omits some of the biggest issues and ignores other sports and pitch users, which I don't tend to agree with, because not everybody plays football. Also noting the motion as well about congratulating teams, and I do want to congratulate all them as well, but also want to add in Dunnipace FC promoted to lower league, and I want to add in Dunnipace FC senior women's team promoted to their league above them as well. And I'm sure there's other team successes. The only one sad one that I've heard, and I haven't heard of any teams folding for any issues around the Costa pitch or anything. Bowness Athletic sadly folded quite recently, and I think we need to thank their committee and all the work they've done through the years for that one. But yeah, so as I say, I could have supported this motion, but I can't because it's so narrow. It omits a couple of things as well. It does put in the cost of the hire and the pitch conditions, which will be looked at as part of the pitch strategy, because it's a wide-looking report. And one thing it doesn't mention, but it's been mentioned here a couple of times, is pitch availability. And I think that is one of the biggest issues facing clubs around here. And it's one of the biggest bugbears in mine, that teams and community teams are travelling across the length and breadth of Falkirk district to get pitches, where they should be, in my mind, first and foremost getting their local pitches, their school pitches, and then other teams can use that. And I think that needs to be looked at, and I think that will be easily worked out. And obviously we need to look at how many pitches we've got in certain areas and work on that as well. Third as well, we met with the SFA, myself, the council leader, and Robert Hammond, and it was when we told them what we're doing and what our vision is and how we can work with them. They were so complimentary of what we're doing here in Falkirk. It was quite heartening to hear, and coming from a football man, it was brilliant to hear. So there are lots of positives happening out there. So with that, I'm happy to move the amendment that you all have before you.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. I'm going to second the amendment because I firmly believe that, you know, if you start a direction of travel and you have a strategy, you need to follow that through to its conclusion. And if when the sports strategy comes back, at that point it would be appropriate if there was to be changes put forward, because we would have all the information in the bigger picture. We know that there are some of the pitches not in the greatest condition, some of the grass pitches, and that's an area of investment, but we need to be able to find investment, and most of the investment that we can attract will require matched funding, and that's where we need to be able to create an income stream to be able to deliver on that matched funding going forward. And for me, looking at the much bigger picture, as council has been criticised for underinvestment for many years, and it's only in the last 5 years we've been able to actually deliver on some investment, and we'll see much of those projects come into fruition very shortly. And part of the reason for that, because most of that is within sport and leisure, is because of the previous cherry picking of not wanting to do things, not wanting to close facilities, not wanting to look at increasing fees and charges, etc. Therefore, the council wasn't in a position to invest. So that's why I firmly believe that having a sports strategy that covers everything will deliver much better for sport and leisure in the Falkirk area than starting to pick and pull out specific areas like football. And as a football supporter, I see the benefits in doing that for football, because we will create much better facilities going forward. There maybe is some need to help to support some of the clubs that are finding this hard, and helping them identify routes where they can lever in external funding to help them deliver on the programmes, because I think there are a number of grants out there that would be able to help Central and everything that they're saying there around their programmes for free for those that are in poverty. So I think that there's maybe something that we can do to assist in that. But I think we need to let the strategy go through to its fruition, bring it back, and if there's things that need changed at that point, that'd be the point that we would look to do that, and we have a more complete picture of sport going forward in the longer term rather than the short term. I will now open it up for debate for any contributions. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I won't say a great deal because I have to be honest and say I'm not a huge football fan. However, as has been said, football has the highest participation rate of all sports in the Falkirk Council area, and I think that needs to be taken into account. Second issue is there are a lot of football clubs that are not mentioned in the amendment. The Upper Braes, the Lower Braes, Grangemouth, Bo'ness have all got lots of football clubs. Councillor Redmond's motion doesn't single out any particular football clubs, and I think it's not a good thing to single out some and not others. Finally, I would just say this motion is not about hijacking or knocking off course the overall strategy. It's about saying football is a particularly important sport. It has the widest participation across the Falkirk Council area and deserves some special consideration within the overall strategy. It's not about knocking the strategy off the rails. It's about highlighting the importance of what is probably the most accessible of sports across the whole range of sporting.
Okay, thank you. I think Councillor Spears, you were next.
Yeah, I have a concern that was raised about consultation without representation. Who was actually invited to this consultation?
Councillor Spears, you've had the opportunity for questions.
Well,
we're now in the debate.
Well, that's greatly concerning. There's a lot of sports in Falkirk district. Bowling, I think, maybe has more participants in football, but I'm sure somebody will correct me on that. But kicking the ball down the line or down the street isn't really what this motion's about. This motion's about trying to get things done for this coming season, so the kids know, they know how much they're paying, and the organisers, which is a mammoth task, can get ahead and organise stuff. So I will be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Any, sorry? Oh, sorry, Councillor Devine.
Thank you. As much as I am probably addicted to football is the only word that I could use, being a former player, former coach, I don't think it is appropriate that we have a standalone, and you can use whatever word you want to use, but we can't get away from the fact that it is cherry picking. Now, it's hard for me to say that, but I think we run the risk of isolating a lot of people in Falkirk, and we can't start doing that again. This council has come a long way since I've been elected the last 4 years, and it is about having that strategic direction moving forward together. And unfortunately, if we start pulling out just because it's one of the most popular sports in the area, if we start picking that out, then we run the risk of isolating other groups and the other people involved in that. And it's not just on this. This council has, as the convener said, has a history of cherry picking before I was elected, and this is why we are in the deep waters that we've been over the last 4 years. So we run the risk of going back down that path, and that's not a path I'd really like this council to take. So I would be supporting the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any further contributions? No, I'll go to Councillor Redmond to sum up.
Thanks. I suppose it's been an interesting debate. I think overall, mostly everyone here wants the same thing. We want to see investment into the pitches, and we want to see the football clubs not just surviving but thriving. I actually thought Councillor Gardner had some good ideas about the availability of the pitch as well, so maybe it would have been better if we could have just incorporated that in the motion as well. But the cherry picking points, I think we can call it cherry picking. If people are coming to us as councillors for help because they're struggling, I don't think that's cherry picking. I think that's us working for our constituents. So I'll sum up there. I just really hope that we can support the motion. If the motion can't be supported, hopefully we can move forward and we can provide better football facilities at a fair rate in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Garner, you don't get the opportunity to sum up?
It's just a quick 19.1. It's just to say to Councillor Redmond, if he'd replied to me with my email, we could have maybe come to a consensus.
Okay, right. We'll park that one there.
Apologies.
Yeah.
I had checked my email before I'd left, but obviously I never got it in time. Sorry.
Okay, we'll move to the vote.
Thank you, convener. And the motion is moved by Councillor Redmond, seconded by Councillor Aitken as set out on the agenda, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Garner and seconded by Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Meiklejohn.
The amendment.
Councillor Aitken.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
The amendment.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Bailey Kerr.
I'll exclude myself. I never heard all the debate because I couldn't listen to everybody that was talking. So I don't think it's right for me to put a for or against.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
The amendment.
And Councillor Spears.
Motion.
There are 6 votes for the motion. There are 7 votes for the amendment and 1 abstention. The amendment is passed.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for everybody for the debate. We move back into our agenda proper. We're now, just remind people, we're now at item 9, which is the Falkirk Business Improvement District renewal. And I will open it up for questions to officers. Okay, maybe I could ask a question just about the changes to the boundary that the Business Improvement District is now going to take in. How has that been received, and what are the benefits of doing that? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Convener. Yes, I think as the report notes, the bids have been engaging widely for a couple of years now with all businesses within the town centre. I think they've been drawn into different discussions with businesses in the retail park and Meeks Road and other areas that are slightly outside the current bid zone. So I think there's been engagement. As the report notes, the bid requires to engage with potential voters and prove that there's at least 5% of those that will vote that are minded to support a bid reballot. So the retail park and those additional areas were included within that. So rather than receiving the 5% in support, they've got just over 20%, and there have been specific events with businesses in the retail park and with the retail park management company themselves. So there has been positive feedback from individual businesses in the retail park. They see particularly benefits in working in partnership with the bid and other town centre businesses out with the retail park around antisocial behaviour. The bid, as you'll be aware, partner with the Retailers Against Crime. They use Shop Safe radios, so there's a benefit there in working in partnership with the bid, Police Scotland and others around antisocial behaviour and shoplifting, etc. Working on cleanliness initiatives, just generally promoting the town centre as well. And we have initiatives, if you're aware, with the town hall, but also the redevelopment of Grahamston Station as part of the growth deal that is sitting just outside the current bid area, but will have a major positive impact on people coming into Falkirk Town Centre, and that's just across from the retail park as well. So I think it's that communication engagement with the council and other partners through the bid that the retail parks see a real benefit, but it's generally working in partnership and having that collegiate approach to the development of the wider Falkirk Town Centre area, encouraging investment, encouraging footfall within the area. Convener.
Thank you, Keir. The other question I had was around obviously the increase in the cost of the levy, and I assume that bringing the retail park in, that should help because of the larger shops, but also help to offset because of the increase, the taking out of the smaller businesses, so that there's less of a burden. And how is that going to help to sustain our town centres?
Thanks, through you, Convener. So yes, certainly I think the bid is in the run up to the ballot preparations. They identified increasing costs as all businesses and residents do feel increase in energy costs and staff costs. They need to look at their business model. So they've done that as part of the preparations for the ballot. So they've identified other sources of income, other external funding as well. Really positive part of the bid is that over the previous 5 years, they were going to bring in a maximum of 867,000 through levy income. They've actually brought in, they've matched that, and some they've brought in about £1 million of external funding. So that's with that bigger mass of businesses within the town centre, that enables them to support them. But yeah, there's greater income in including those larger businesses, and with the larger floor area, it's about in the region of £100,000 extra that would bring in to the bid area. A much smaller exclusion with the properties below the 2,000 rateable value. And that's part of the advice from Scotland's Improvements district is you don't impair or put the challenge of the payment exponentially on the kind of smaller businesses. So that was part of the advice from the Scotland's Improvements District, that there should be exclusions for those in the lower rateable value. So that was a recommendation that came from Scotland's Improvements District. But there is an opportunity for those businesses that are excluded, while they won't get a vote and while they won't get the direct benefit of the bid services, they can pay a voluntary levy and come into the bid. It won't allow them a vote, but if the bid is successful, they can pay that voluntary levy and benefit from all the services that the bid proposes to serve over the 5 years.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I see that the bid timeline says that the results of the ballot will be declared in September, but you don't, unless I've missed it somewhere, you don't say when it is that the report would be brought back to the executive. Can you say at this stage at what point that will be coming back?
Yeah, through you, Convener. So yes, Councillor Hannah would propose to bring a report back on the 8th of October. That would be the next executive after the ballot results are announced, and clearly we can provide a briefing note to members in advance of that to update on the result as well, because there's a responsibility in the council to make that the results public as soon as it's known as well. So we can provide a briefing note, but the intention would to be bring the report back to executive on the 8th of October.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Page 143, climate change. You say that though business has reduced in Grangemouth, that the risks remain high. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Sorry, could you give the page number again, Councillor Spears?
It's 43B.
I think you're maybe thinking of item 10, the corporate risk management.
Yeah. Oh, apologies.
Okay, that's no problem. Okay, if there are no further questions in relation to the Falkirk bid, I'll go to Councillor Garner to move the report.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks to Keir and obviously Elaine and her team at Falkirk bid. This report provides Falkirk Council with an update on the renewal arrangements with respect to the Falkirk Town Centre Business Improvement District or bid. The Falkirk Town Centre bid has been operating for nearly 20 years and is now seeking a 5th term. It is one of the oldest bids in Scotland, having been one of the original pilot bids in the early 2000s. In that time, the bid has provided valuable services in Falkirk Town Centre to local businesses, in addition to those provided by Falkirk Council and other public sector agencies. The bid has been a valued partner to the Council over the past 20 years and remains a key piece of Falkirk Town Centre, providing key support to our businesses. I was pleased to learn of the intention of the bid to run a ballot for a further bid term and to read of the support amongst the surveyed businesses for the bid. Given the bid proposal meets the legislative requirements, I'm delighted with the recommendations of the report to support a future bid term and to instruct Falkirk Towns Limited to commence the ballot procedure and programme. I am also pleased to support the bid with the ongoing levy collection should they return a yes vote. I hope you'll join me in wishing the team at the bid with the best of luck in the process they are about to undertake. Happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Deacon.
I'm happy to formally second this.
Okay, thank you. There are no amendments in, therefore I'll just go briefly to group leaders. Councillor Hannah.
No further comment.
Thank you. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. As already stated by Councillor Garner, Elaine and the team are passionate about Falkirk Town Centre and they work tirelessly. I'm glad that they've again been successful and put the ballot out there. So good luck to them, and I hope that their hard work pays off in the long run and for many business owners up in the town centre. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Big supporter, Falkirk bid. I wish we had the same in Grangemouth, Bowness and Larbert, but I wish them every success.
Okay, thank you. Are we happy to agree? Okay, thank you. Item 10 is the corporate risk management update, and it's questions to officers. Could I just ask in the beginning just a wee bit more about page 144 and the risks associated with our positions in relation to the growth deal, the fourth Green Report, the resilience partnership and the potential emerging regional economic partnership as well, and how they can be factored into the corporate risk management and obviously the corporate risk register going forward.
Thank you. So if I maybe start and then colleagues may want to come in. So I think we are, as a SMTs, recognising that the council is taking on more of these accountable body roles, and those accountable body roles are quite onerous. There's a significant amount of governance and oversight that's involved in all of these projects. We have to do a significant amount of reporting to the governments that are involved, and we also, and that's understandable because we're having to make sure that public monies are being spent appropriately. But there is a lot of work that goes alongside that, so it does take a lot of internal resource. So from that point of view, that's sort of one of the risks that we are looking at, is the amount of resource that we're required to take on, and also how we as an accountable body minimise and mitigate other risks that sort of open up to the council as a result of us being the accountable body. So it's quite a live discussion just now that we are having, just to look at how do we mitigate that, and how do we make sure that we're appropriately resourced to do that. What I would say is, we know that some of these things will drop off over time. You know, so for example, the fourth Green Report, a huge part of our accountable body role has been firstly getting the governance set up, and then secondly it's about the seed funding, but there's a time limit with the seed funding, so once that's done and awarded, our work will reduce. It's just that there's a lot happening in quite a sort of short period of time, which is why at the moment we're more aware of that risk. I don't know if colleagues in place want to add anything about the actual accountable body role or the projects themselves.
No. Yes. Okay, I do have a further question around I know there's been a lot of work done in relation to the risk management improvement plan. Could you say a wee bit more about the policy aspect of the risk maturity self-assessment, which is to be completed by March 27, and just so that we have an understanding of that?
Yeah, so we'll go through the process, and we've actually already started to some degree of just looking at our approach to risk and how well embedded we feel risk is within all of the activities that we undertake. CMT have already had quite a detailed discussion and a risk workshop to sort of look at where we feel our priorities need to lie. We'll need to do that more extensively across the organisation, and that will include members as well. So we'll go through that process. But I think one of the things we're conscious of at the moment is that the Corporate Risk Register is really about the risks that would impact on our ability to deliver on the council plan, the visions and priorities that are within there. And obviously we're anticipating a new council plan in 2027. So it's really, we're thinking about how best do we line those processes up to make sure there is that read across between all of the documents. So we're just working through at the moment what our timelines and processes will be for the council plan. We'll build the risk work into that, and then we'll update members as that's further developed. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just see if there's any other questions or if any other officers want to make comment. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Convener. Just a wee question. It's to do with high corporate risks. If you ever look at the table, I was just looking to find out the page number for you. If page 148 and 149, all of our current risks are at high. Are we confident enough that our route of travel is going to be in the right direction? If you look in the fourth column, all of the current risks are high, and yet we have targets of medium, inherent high, medium. Majority of them are medium. What I'm getting at, I'm looking for that wee bit of reassurance. Mrs. Templeman's already highlighted the fact that as a local authority, we are almost the kind of, I don't want to say, we're the kind of supervising body in so many kind of external organisations type of thing. Are we satisfied that we have adequate resources to actually ensure that the direction of travel is going to go in the right direction?
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. So I suppose maybe first thing I would highlight is that the appendix only shows the high risks. There are medium risks, but those aren't in the appendix, but they are available in the links that are in the document. I think what we try and do is set out what our current assessment is, what our target is, and then the sort of column that's got the green ticks and the blue exclamation points and stuff on page 148, that's really us trying to assess how comfortable are we that the processes that we've got in place will help us to get to that medium rating. And that's what some of the text is in the last column, and also there's a little bit of reference to it in the report where we're flagging up the kind of key risks where we are looking for a little bit more information, because all of this work is assessed by the services and the directors, but it's also reviewed by our corporate risk coordinator, who sort of sees it, asks questions, scrutinises a little bit more, and flags up where he maybe sees some of the gaps are. And so in the report, we've tried to be quite open to say where we feel some of the gaps are. So at paragraph 4.4, we've talked about sort of 3 of our high risks where we feel we're just waiting for a little bit more information about target dates, for example, to make some of the improvements. So there is a lot of effort that goes into reviewing the risks and trying to sort of push on and trying to establish some timeframes for getting to that improved position. I suppose what I would say is that, you know, there's some risks in there where you'll see there's a yellow triangle, and obviously the one that I talk about the most is financial sustainability. We would want to be in that medium rating, but right now we had a really successful budget for 26-27. Successful budget setting exercise, but we know there's lots of risks, and as we're looking ahead for the next 5 years, we know we still have a lot of challenges. So whilst, you know, we could in theory look at that from a 26-27 position and say we reduced our reliance on reserves for the year, we're in a much better position and we could review it, but we're trying to take that sort of prudent long-term look and set that out, and that's why you'll see that there, you know, we'll update it in autumn, but we don't have a date for that, or because for getting to the medium rating, because really it's more about having that comfort that we've identified enough recurring savings to balance the budget over a long period of time, and that's what we're sort of consistently working towards. So I'm not sure if that fully answers your question. I do feel that services are very aware of these risks. We're having a lot of detailed conversation, both at CMT, because we review it on a quarterly basis, and at all our department management team meetings as well. And a big part of that is about trying to drive forward the improvements that are needed to reduce the rating.
Yeah, thank you. It was really just to also put this in a little bit of context as well, because these risks are agile in the sense that we do review them as Amanda's described. I'm not going to repeat any of that, but some of them are also subject to factors out with our control. So I think the one around cybersecurity is a really good example where we've actually changed that from high to inherently high because of some of what we're seeing out there in the community and some of the attacks on public sector bodies that we're seeing out there in the community. So there are things that we can't change, but we have to be able to make sure that we've got the right mitigations in place, which is why we've still got them. Take cyber, we've got it as inherently high, but we feel we've got sufficient mitigations in there. You've always got to keep on top of those types of mitigations, but we feel we always review and make sure that we do as much as we can on the mitigations for them.
Thank you very much, ladies. I think it's both of you have answered very well. I was a wee bit alarmed when Amanda first said that we're only showing high and there's a load of other stuff. I thought, geez, you know, how bad is this? Are we going to be adequately resourced? But following on the answers that you've given, I'm happy with that. Thank you very much. Thanks, convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Quite serious reading this. We'll be getting further briefings so we can maybe go through some of the itemised, especially the high risk. So it helps elected members for determination in the future.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I mean, we are happy to have a briefing, and I think as part of our risk management improvement plan, we will obviously look at our approach to briefings. What we had established before was that in advance of this report coming to executive, we would have a briefing with the executive and give an opportunity. However, we only had a couple of members attend that, so it didn't seem to address the ask of members. So I suppose we're kind of in a position where we're taking that back to the drawing board to have another look at what might be more effective.
Yeah, it's all well asking for briefings, but it's important that members then attend those briefings, because it's not best use of officers' time if only one or two people turn up.
These are not busy the same as everyone else.
Oh, absolutely, but it's also part of our job and part of our role to be able to attend those briefings, Councillor Spears, so we need to make the effort as well. Councillor Hannah? Sometimes age and length of service doesn't actually mean any better than those that have been in since. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. As the councillor who probably asks more often for briefings than anybody else, I would encourage as many people as possible to attend, because they are very, very valuable, and I do thank officers for what they do. However, that was by the way. My question was about the gender-based violence against women and girls. There's reference in there to the replacement of the lead officer. I'm wondering if there's an update on that now that we do have a new officer in place, if you're able to give us any update on the position there.
I think the lead officer's only been in a few weeks, so we're still finding our feet, but I'll ask Colin just for a quick update.
Position is very much, as you say, convener. The new lead officer has relatively recently started. She's making great progress so far, making lots of connections. There is inevitably just a little bit of a hiatus in the improvement plan between Sarah leaving and Jade starting, but the work is under progress. It's reflected in the report that there is a different target date, which is September 26, rather than the few months earlier than had been the case before.
Thank you, convener.
Okay, thank you for that. If there is no further questions, I don't intend to spend much more time other than say that there is positive progress being made. And I would just like to say that having had a quick look at a number of other local authorities' risk reports, we do ours very well, Amanda and Karen. There's a lot of information given to members around risk, much more aware of it than any others. So I thank the officers for the work that they put in and making us aware as much as possible of the risks that we are responsible for, as well as keeping us up to date and looking to mitigate as much as possible any major risks and catching those early. I still think there's more to be done in keeping horizon scanning, looking for new and emerging risks that come forward, and that is something that I think is ongoing, particularly when we're in such a volatile financial environment. So it's something we just need to be aware of. So based on that, I will move the report. And Councillor Deacon.
Yeah, I just want to formally second.
Okay, thank you for that. No amendment. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you to officers for their ever useful input, but no amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. This is numerous times we've had this report in front of us, and it improves year on year. And it is a changing world, and some of the priorities that are highlighted weren't there before, and they'll come and go as new ones will. So being reassured by our officers that they are keeping an eye on it and making sure that we are kept up to date, which is great for us. So thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Just to say we live in hope.
Okay, happy to agree? Okay, item 11 is the capital programme outturn. Again, I will open it up for questions to officers. And obviously, one question that I would ask is about the outturn and the fact that we've managed to do so much through the capital programme this year. Not all of it is visible, I will add. That's a conversation that we continue to have. But one thing that is noted, and I don't know whether you want to maybe expand on it, Amanda, is around the loan charges, because that puts us in a slightly better position than we'd had originally budgeted for. So just maybe some around that.
Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. So I think one of the things I would flag is that we've said in the financial strategy that whilst we recognise that we are investing in a number of areas, significant projects, a lot of really exciting, ambitious projects, we do want to move towards a position where we are reducing the council's debt ultimately. So wherever we can reduce our debt, and that can be for in a variety of different ways. We need to try and take advantage of that. We need to try and manage our treasury well. And I think Caroline is very diligent. Caroline McGill, our capital and treasury manager, is very diligent in looking at how we manage our borrowing effectively. So paragraph 4.6.2 sets out the borrowing requirement for the council, and we did borrow £50 million less than we anticipated. So that's positive. We should see a flow through in our loan charges for 26-27, which is always welcome. And also we see a benefit, we'll come on to talk a little bit more in the revenue report, through housing, where they've managed to reduce their borrowing quite significantly, which is again really welcome, but also very much in line with both the financial strategy and their housing revenue budget and investment budget. So I think where we can reduce our borrowing, we should, recognising that our borrowing is very targeted towards priorities that have been identified and approved by members through the capital budget. So it's just getting that balance right.
The other question that I had was really around the monitoring of our capital programme and particular projects. We have seen a number of projects where the costs have increased quite significantly in some cases, and we have some really big projects on the horizon that hopefully the business cases will be signed off. So I'm really looking for something around some assurance around the monitoring in order to manage those budgets going forward and actually see the delivery of the projects.
Yeah, so we have been having this conversation, myself, Malcolm, and the Capital and Treasury Manager, Caroline. We've been discussing how do we amend our capital reports so that we are reflecting these big projects more effectively, particularly given that we're going to start seeing more of them coming on stream. So that's an activity that we'll be looking at over the recess. We have also, and we haven't taken this report to committee yet, but we've also had some feedback through our best value work, which is making a similar recommendation around those major capital projects. So that's certainly going to be a focus, and I would expect to see some changes in how we present the information in our first report for 26-27, which is in August for capital. And it may just be the inclusion of an additional appendix or something, but it's just making sure that members have all the information that they need to understand where we are with our big major investment projects.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Convener. Can I just ask a wee bit more about the underspends, both in the general fund capital programme, which is almost £1 million, and the underspend in the housing capital programme, which was £6.5 million. Now, underspend in the capital programme obviously can be a good thing because we're not spending the money, but it also can be a bad thing because there are projects which have not come to fruition or which have slipped. So I wonder if you could say a wee bit more about the cause of the underspend and which side of the balance does it fall?
Thank you. So if I maybe just introduce, and then I can see that my colleague Kenny Gillespie's on line, so he may want to come in and talk about housing in a little bit more detail. So the movements within the spend and the outturn are included in the appendix, which I'm just trying to move to. So you can see that whilst the underspend for general fund is relatively small, there are various fluctuations between different projects that lead to that figure. So that's on pages 165 to 168. And I suppose what I would say is that we always flag in our capital reports that these budgets are sort of, these projects span a number of years. We know that's the case for capital, so that budget won't be lost. If there's an underspend because a project has come in cheaper than anticipated, then we take the benefit of that. But if it's just a timing issue at the year end, then that budget will be adjusted for a future year, so the money, the investment isn't lost. So I suppose, as I say, there's a number of sort of overs and unders which all balance out to that sort of £972,000. But it really is more timing issues than anything else. But maybe pass over to Kenny. You might want to come in on housing.
Okay, Kenny.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Following on from what Amanda said there, the biggest areas within housing is highlighted as there was our window and door contract. It's part of our transition this year. We're moving from one contract onto a different contract, so there was a timing aspect of completing a contract and the starting of a new contract. With it being a £12 million contract, that obviously had an impact of when we had to stop giving work to the current contractors or service providers. The other area was specialised work, which was in the high-rise flats, the cladding, which is obviously tied in with numerous health and safety, and the attention to detail for checks on that as well. Again, appreciating what's went in the past. And the other area highlighted in the report was out with our control was obviously third party in regards to needing meters to the house to then look for new heating systems, gas central heating systems. But like Amanda said, all these projects, two of these projects, these are all rolling projects. So this is these are 5-year capital programs we put up. So when 1 year's complete, the next one then carries on from that. So there is no loss of money. And where we can, we accelerate programs the following year to try and pick that up. So for instance, if there has been a purge on new meters put into properties, we will make sure that we'll move the capital programme budgets to suit that, and they'll potentially, you'll see this year, an overspend in that area as well. I'm happy to take any questions on the back of that.
Thank you, convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Got to be detailed questions. Looking at page 153, I happened to notice vehicle, plant and equipment showed a variance of 20% from the what had been budgeted. I was just curious as to why we would have a 20% variance in what we'd previously budgeted. When I then go to look at page 167, it starts to identify, the vehicle replacement programme and Green Fleet. The Green Fleet one, for instance, there's an overage there of 305,000, which is 30%. Is there any specific reason for these fairly substantial changes in what's been budgeted? Is it something that the services recognise we could do it earlier? Doing it earlier, fine, if there's a good enough reason, but all it does is put pressure on the current budget. Just curious, a wee bit of background to that, convener, if you don't mind.
Okay, page 153 is within the capital, but one...
Sorry, I was looking at page...
It's 167, sorry.
Yeah, 167 is where the...
I caught that one, right. Okay, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. I'll start, and my colleague Malcolm Benny may want to come in. But I think so. We talked a little bit about the borrowing position, the overs and unders, and generally what we want to see is we want to sort of maximise the level of investment that we can each year, and sort of aligning with what we've budgeted for. What we don't really want to see is 1 year where we have a huge spike in investment versus 1 year where we have a real reduction in investment. So through the Strategic Asset Modernisation Board, which Malcolm chairs, we discuss things where if we think one project may slip into the following year, is there areas where we could accelerate spend to try and just balance that investment out a little bit more? And areas around fleet are a good example where we can put the orders in. Generally, if we're putting the orders in a bit early, we're probably getting some financial benefits from doing that or from ordering more at one time. But it still lines up with that overall 5-year budget that members have approved. So we're not looking at these and thinking these are overspends against projects. It's just about sort of accelerating some spend to try and smooth our spend profiles a little bit.
No need for Malcolm to come in unless he can better that answer. But that's a great answer.
He's always up for the challenge.
Yeah, I am up for the challenge, and I'd like to give credit to the fleet manager who also identified some vehicles at an improved price and suggested that we take advantage of that improved price by accelerating spend. So I was fully supportive of that approach, and that is best for the council.
Smashing. Thanks very much for the answers. Thank you. My apologies. I'm just looking for a wee bit of background. Page 156, we have the new build, the graph, new build housing buybacks at 6 million and new builds at 8.5. Is that, how does that sit historically? Is that usually, is that a kind of regular thing, the kind of proportionality of that? Or are we seeing more buybacks rather than, I would love to see more investment in new build, but is it a case of because the buybacks opportunity is there for us that we're seeing that? As I say, I thought it would have been a bigger split, a bigger, higher ratio.
Okay, I'll ask Kenny Gillespie to come in and just explain that one.
Yeah, thanks. It's really just depends again at which point contracts are at, Councillor McCabe. So, for instance, if we've got a big contract, like say we've just completed the Hall Glen site and we're now on the Denny site, the buybacks budget stays stable, about 6 million, 4.5. It's the new build that can go up and down, and we work with RP every year that we get from the Scottish Government. So we're pretty steady with that. It's just a timing issue when the properties are complete and we pay that out. And as you're well aware, we're in circa about 12.5 to 13 million that we get for our RP and that, and we'll match fund that by 2/3 to get the building properties that we want, and look to increase that as we go on.
Smashing. Thanks, Mr. Gillespie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, we'll take Councillor Spears and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a council meeting if I didn't mention 4.1.3 on page 153, roads, bridges and other infrastructure. I see there's been an outturn to 268,000. Is that because we've started repairing potholes?
Thanks, Councillor Spears. So the outturn for roads, bridges and infrastructure is 28.3 million. The variance against budget is the 260. There's been £7.1 million spent on structural work for roads, and we also saw around just under 12.3 million spent on the Westfield roundabout. So those are two of the biggest sums of money that have been spent against that 28.3 million.
Does that mean that we've gave up on potholes, or do we allocate any money at all now?
I think there's been a substantial allocation into road resurfacing, but I'll just go to Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Chair. The council has consistently repaired potholes, and the state of the area's roads are currently in the best quality for, I think it was 16 years. So the continued investment that the council has awarded over the last 3 years is helping us to resurface twice the levels of road that we previously were managing, and we've reported that to the scrutiny committee and made the point that a historic level of underinvestment isn't resolved in a matter of years. This is going to take hard work, but I'm really pleased to see the progress that's being made. And I think we did a presentation where we showed that the number of reported potholes previously was 913, and that had been reduced to 109. So that is a pretty dramatic improvement in pothole resolution in the Falkirk area, and my officers are always happy to hear of any reports and take action accordingly.
I'd just like to say that might be the quote of today's meeting.
It's something that has been quoted several times through scrutiny and on other occasions, and again through members' briefings. So it's not new information. It's something that has been already articulated to the public as well. Okay. I think we've had a good discussion on the capital programme outturn. I think there's some really positive work. Shouldn't be forgotten that we're just shy of 100,000 million being spent in the local authority area by way of investment, and that is something that we've not necessarily always seen, and the monitoring of the capital programme is making sure that is delivered through the various projects that we've got. So all credit to the various teams within the services and making sure that that's happening. and it's up to us to make sure that our constituents are aware that that's a level of investment that's going in, and we'll be ready for the further investment that's going to come in future years. So I'm happy to move the report. Councillor Garner.
Yeah, happy to second. This really is a good news report, and everything you said there I agree with.
Okay, thank you. No amendment in, but I'll just briefly go to group leaders.
No further comment.
Thank you. Bailey Kerr.
Just look forward to the projects being delivered, and a lot of money being invested in Falkirk, and we used to always get investment and see investment, but very rare did we see the finished article. So I'm glad that Paul, Malcolm and Michael's teams and the other groups are really focusing on delivering.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
It's always difficult because we have a very ageing infrastructure and buildings and everything else, and a lot of stuff that was built last century now is all coming to disastrous ends at the one time. But as long as we keep investing, then hopefully our district can move forward.
Okay, thank you. Happy to agree. Final item, at least I think it is the revenue financial outturn. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I knew as soon as I said it that was, beg your pardon. Okay. Well, hopefully we won't take too long in these next two items. I might get finished just around 4 o'clock. The revenue financial outturn. Again, I'll open it up for questions. I'm going to just ask Amanda, this is a positive view because our outturn was better than anticipated, even from the previous budget. Could you give a wee bit of an overview of why that is? I know there's details in the report, but just a brief overview, and around whether there is a mix of recurring or whether much of this is one-off, and therefore the rationale around the use of the additional funds into earmarked reserves. So I've tried to make it all into one question.
Yeah, thank you. So this is a really positive position that we're in. So obviously Appendix 1, which is on page 191, sets that out. So at the budget, we thought we would use 11.5 million of service concessions, and that's reduced to just under £5 million of service concessions. So that's really, really positive and absolutely the right direction for the council. And again, very much in line with what we had set out in the financial strategy. So there's a number, obviously, as you said, there's a number of reasons for the underspends, and they're set out in the report. A lot of the underspends and the benefits are coming from employee costs. Now that may be due to vacancies, and those vacancies can cause pressure for some services. So we're really going to be looking over the recess again, as we did last year, to understand some of those underspends a little bit better and where we can see the benefits and take those benefits into future years. But we know that in some areas, as I say, they are causing pressure, and an example of that would be in children and families, where there was a significant underspend, but a lot of that was driven by vacancies. Now, there was also a lot of work done in children and families, really positive work that's outlined in the paper around residential care costs. So we just need to make sure that we're getting the balance right in terms of trying to see what benefits we can take into future years, but trying to see where we're not sort of leaving pressures. So I would say that employee costs were the main reason. We do also have some improvement in our capital financing costs. And as we talked about in the last executive update report, we saw some benefit from some of the provisions we'd set aside for things like energy and pay during 25-26, which we not needed to the extent that we had set aside. So, that's all really positive for 26-27. What I would say is that we know some of the benefits that we got, that we've seen in 25-26 are non-recurring. So an example of that would be some of the spend that's set out at paragraph 4.1.21, which is where we're recognising that we had some benefits, but those are sort of set aside for things that we will need to spend in 26-27. So we're carrying that forward. So an example of that is some of the roads, gullies and drainage works where we didn't have full spend in 25-26, but we still are looking to use that money for that purpose. And then another example was commercial properties dilapidations, and that's been earmarked for works around commercial properties, and that we know, we've talked before, that that's an important thing for our future income streams. So the monies that we have set aside for the most part come from non-recurring sources, and we've sort of looked to balance having a favourable position, reducing our service concessions, but also recognising some pressures that will be coming down the line, some spending priorities for 26-27, and making sure we're putting money aside to address those.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, Amanda. I'll open it up. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. Overall, this report is a good news story, and we don't often get that, so thank you. But I wonder if you could just say, would officers regard this as evidence that the council's finances have turned a corner, or is it just a temporary improvement in the position?
A big question.
I know it's a big question.
I suppose I'm a sort of natural pessimist, or kind of naturally cynical, and so I absolutely see an improved position for 25-26, and I absolutely see an improved approach to financial management right across the council. All the teams are really invested in supporting us to get to that financially sustainable position. So, and the conversations that we have at management team level are really positive, and everyone's really supportive of trying to improve our position. And I think 26-27 was also a really good example of that. So absolute positives. 25-26 much better than we thought. 26-27 was a positive budget with really significant investment, and so those are all really positive things. I suppose I'm just conscious that when I look ahead, I still see gaps that I'm not sure how we're going to fill, and we know that there's obviously a lot of pressures. We've talked about the conflict in the Middle East, potential impacts on inflation and interest rates, and so all of these things just mean that there's a layer of uncertainty in everything we're looking at going forward. And then I suppose the other thing is when the Scottish Government produced their spending review, the outlook for local government spending funding wasn't positive within that. So I think we've made some real progress, really positive, but I'm just cautious about what that means for 27-28 and beyond.
Okay. Thank you. Just on page 174, there's quite a significant difference on the council tax figure, proportionally speaking. I wonder if you could maybe explain that in the table, at the centre of that page. It shows the June report as 14,000 and the January report is 112,000.
I'm I would need to go back and speak to the team involved to get a good understanding of that. I know our collection was higher than we anticipated, and we certainly have a higher rate than the national average for in-year collection rate for 25-26. But I can get a little bit more information on that and bring it back to you.
Right. Well, that's good to hear as well, and kind of bears out your comment about improved financial management. And just finally, how much would you say that the improvement in the financial situation is the result of the, let's just say, rather unpopular decisions about council tax in terms of the increases in council tax?
I mean, I think there's no doubt that the significant increase in council tax has been beneficial for our financial position. I think, over 2 years, that does mean that Falkirk has had the highest increase. Obviously, as we know, we don't have the highest council tax, but we've had the highest increase. And so those were really bold, difficult decisions to take. And it does represent recurrent funding. We're not seeing a reduction. We're not at this point seeing an impact in our collection rate. So it is a positive position. I suppose it's just that, again, that caution that council tax for most local authorities is sort of between 17 and 20% of a council's funding. So it's absolutely helpful, but it can only go so far. So it has certainly made a difference.
Thank you, convener.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Colley and then Councillor Spears.
Thank you. It's just a small question on page 178, related to social work adult services. There's reference to the mental health officer service, and I know that there's been challenges in terms of mental health officers across Scotland and the numbers. Just in terms of the table, is that the bit that says social work adult out of scope? It's just to kind of understand if that refers to the mental health officer service. I can just
so the table, the table at paragraph 4.1.6 covers all of the sort of out of scope areas for social work. So when the integration joint board integration scheme was set up, property, transport, and that one direct area of social work were considered out of scope. So the line that's the social work out of scope, as you say in the table, is my understanding that would include that mental health.
So it's everything. Everything within that.
I see Marie is on the call and she's nodding, but do you just want to come in and Marie?
Thank you.
I was just to say it is included in that line. That's not the full extent of the line, but that is included in that line, Councillor Colley.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Spears.
Okay, page 174, 412, the key messages are, and there's a line, the cost of energy was substantially less than budgeted, primarily due to lower prices. I'm afraid I've not seen any lower energy prices. If you could maybe explain that.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Spears. So I suppose the budget was set in February, March 2025 and would have been sort of developed during 2024. And at that point, what we were anticipating, so we get a lot of sort of information through from the government and everything on what cost could look like, and what we were anticipating was that there would be more pressure on our energy costs. The reality was that didn't come through in our bills, and I think my understanding is a big part of that was because of a pre-purchase of a lot of energy. sort of for nationally, that meant that we weren't as impacted by increase in costs. So I think what I would say is there is a risk in 26-27 that we may face that kind of pressure again, or 27-28, but we do have that budgetary pressures reserve this year to support us with that.
That answer, it'd be great if we could all purchase future energy, because I know a lot of our pensioners were particularly cold over the 25-26 winter. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I'll just look to move the report. Just saying, overall, the position is actually really positive. A huge amount of hard work being carried out by officers to implement robust cost control measures and to scrutinise the spend. However, some of the benefits from the underspends and employee costs due to vacancies, etc., these can cause other pressures for services, particularly where the frontline service delivery. The financial strategy for last year, we've followed that, and there'll be a review because the financial strategy comes to us in September or October this year, so that will be reviewed following the outcome of this year's budget process. I think what we've got is a really robust planning process, and having a financial contingency where there may well be pressures emerge allows those pressures to be managed going forward without just upping budgets, but still having that robust monitoring. So I think well done to Amanda, our team, but also to the services and the management that they've done to get us into this position. We now just need to try and keep that direction of travel as we go forward, and hope that the financial markets don't fluctuate too much and we have a bit of stability for a little while, because I think certainly Falkirk Council could do with that stability, but I think the whole of Scotland could do with a bit of stability for a little while. So yes, on that, I'll just move the report. I'll go to Councillor Garner.
Happy to second.
Okay, thank you. Again, no amendment. If there's any brief comment you wish to make, Councillor Hannah.
Just congratulations to all the officers who have done such a good job, both in the financial management and in this report. No further comment.
Thank you. Bailey Kerr.
No comment.
Councillor Spears.
If we keep doing this, we might be able to cut the rates, so keep up the good work.
We don't set the rates, Councillor Spears. Okay, are we happy to agree? Okay. Our final item, my apologies, is a review of taxi fare scales. You have the report. I'll ask first of all if there's any questions that anybody has in relation to it. No, I'll then go to Councillor Forrest, who is a portfolio holder, to speak to the report.
Thank you, Convener. Good afternoon all. Saved the best till last, haven't you? I'd like to thank Brian Douglas and the team for bringing forward this report, the Taxi Forum for its ongoing engagement and constructive input on behalf of the trade, and of course, Councillor Devine for all her hard work within this portfolio. I welcome the proposed changes to the taxi tariff, which seeks to strike a fair balance between supporting the taxi trade and protecting the interests of the travelling public. The proposals, which have been submitted by the Taxi Forum, are modest and proportionate. It's been almost 4 years since the last fare increase, and during that time, operators have faced significant increases in costs, particularly fuel and other running expenses. The proposed changes, including a small adjustment to the flagfall rate, a 7% increase in the running mile rate, and revised festive tariff timings, will help to ensure that the trade remains economically viable while maintaining an accessible service for residents. A sustainable and vibrant taxi trade is an important part of our local transport network, particularly for those who rely on taxis as a vital means of getting around our communities. I therefore support progressing these proposals to public consultation. This will provide both the wider taxi trade and the public with an opportunity to comment, and any responses received can be brought back to members for consideration following the summer recess. Thank you, Convener. I'll leave it with you there.
Thank you, Councillor Forrest. On his behalf, I'll formally move the report. Councillor Devine?
Happy to second.
Okay. Again, final round for any comment.
Oh, sorry, no further comment.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr?
No comment.
Councillor Spears?
I've always seen taxis as a fourth emergency service. Apart from that, we'll wait to the consultation.
Okay, are we happy to agree? Dead on 4 o'clock. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time today and your sustainability and getting through today's committee. So I hope you can go home and put your feet up, have a cup of tea now. Thank you.